Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Early evening. This is the Portland Planning and Sustainability Commission, October 25th meeting. On the agenda today, we'll have items of interest from the commissioners. That'll be followed by the director's report. Welcome back, Susan. Then the consent agenda. That's followed by the residential infill project, which is a briefing. And then that will be followed by a hearing on inclusionary housing and zoning code project. If you're here to testify, please fill out a form in the back of the room and then bring them up to Julie. So items of interest, Michelle, Chris, and then I saw some flutters over there. I'll come around.
So I just wanted to give an update on a project that the city and the state have invested in. It's the Lentz Stabilization and Job Collaboration. The governor designated as an Oregon Solutions Project. Representative Reardon and I are co-convening. And what's great about the project is it's sort of hitting on all cylinders. It's working on addressing affordable housing by looking at parts of Lentz that are dealing with sort of screaming increases in their flood insurance rates, and how we can get more resources targeted in that area to help people that are in a lot of existing affordable housing actually stay there, rather than dealing with it after the fact with our emergency shelters. And then at the same time, it's also on the environmental side, looking at ways to improve ecological benefits in the floodplain, and trying to come up with creative ways to create more flood storage capacity and hit our other issue of industrial lands by making the development capacity of those lands higher. So we had our second meeting last week. There's a lot of commitment from city bureaus and state agencies and just players in town. So just wanted to let you know it's a good thing going on.
Thank you.
So as part of Vision Zero, I've been periodically giving you updates on the death toll on our city streets. We are now up to 34 fatalities this year in Portland. The two most recent were both drivers of automobiles.
Other items? Did I see some hands go up? No? Just seeing things. That's a fabulous way to start the meetings. Okay. Director's report.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to give you a little update on what we were doing this morning, which was 3 hours with council on a work session. So over the past month, they've had 2 hearings on the recommendations that you all made on the zoning code and all of the different implementation elements, including mixed-use zone and new zoning for institutions, and the changes to the code and to the map around employment, residential, the TSP, all the fun things that you worked on literally for close to 12 months. And so they have, I'd say at this point, you know, this is a testament to all of you. I'd say they're taking 95% of what all the work you did, and they're really listening and asking questions individually of us about you know, what were your discussions here on these issues when they're having a tough time looking at both sides of an issue. They want to know what you all were saying and what the discussions were here. So I think that's a great sort of statement about how they value your work. There'll be amendments nonetheless, and some of those we're trying to get as many people on council to kind of come to agreement so it's not a big mess when we actually get to the vote, and that we can get this through by the middle of December is the plan. So Joe, do you know when the amendments will be out? A week from Friday. Okay, so we'll make sure that you get a link to where all those are so you can see what changes they are proposing, and then you all can decide either as a group or individually if you want to go to council and testify on the final amendments. But I don't know that that's necessary as a group, but you may want to have a discussion about that maybe at the end of this meeting or the next one.
Right.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Consent agenda, consideration of the minutes from October 11th.
Move adoption.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I
Okay.
do have a follow-up question. I read through the minutes. I intended to Skype in. I was out of the country for the fossil fuel discussion, and was quite pleased with the direction the commission took. I do have one question. Is there going to be a submittal letter that goes with that as we typically do? Well, the question I have is I don't recall seeing any reference to, and when I thought this was brought up several times during our work sessions and so forth, there is a separate process regarding hazard planning in the city, correct? And I know several points during the conversation we were bringing up the issue of not wanting to retard retrofits for earthquake preparedness. And I'm just curious. There is a separate process ongoing, right? Because people kept
Yeah.
referring to that process.
Yes. Natural hazards plan,
Yeah.
mitigation plan, and let me get some information on that, and I'll send you a link to what's going on right now. And if you're interested, we could have someone come and do a brief update on what's going on.
Okay. Well, actually, the point I was going to make was, since that was raised several times and it was like, no, that process is really where we can address the issue of retrofits. Does the commission want to say anything about our desire to see a aggressive plan to cause retrofits to happen sooner than they might otherwise?
Good point.
The question.
Okay, yeah, no, it's a great question. So perhaps when we get those links sent around, we can kind of take it on as a discussion topic.
Okay.
Okay, any other quick items? If not, let's have the residential infill project briefing. So got a big team here today, Joe.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Joe Zender, Chief Planner with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. And we're here today to give you a briefing on the residential infill project and its recommendations that, after our briefing here, move on to City Council. It's a little bit different in terms of typically a project like this would be in front of you as a legislative project with a full code changes, but we're treating this one like we have several projects in the past of developing the concept approaches to code, or how we want the code to work to influence development, and getting sort of a consensus sign off on that, and then we'll go develop the specifics of code from there. Thanks. So the briefing today, we're going to cover the background, we're going to cover the meat of the proposal, and we're going to break it into the three topics that frame it. And those topics are going to be presented by Morgan Tracy and Todd Barkowitz, who are with me at the table now. And Morgan was our project manager for the residential infill project. And then the last topic we're going to cover is analysis of the economic impacts and implications of this, and Tyler Bump will join us for that. So on the topic of background, you all are very familiar with the comprehensive plan and sort of the vision that we've laid out for ourselves, picking up on the Portland plan, picking up on the concepts of being prosperous, healthy, equitable, and resilient, and the principle of access to opportunity. And the way we're going to implement this plan is through the way that we guide the growth that we expect to see between now and 2035, this 123,000 new households and 140,000 new jobs, and the investment and development that are related to that growth is a big way of how we're going to accomplish those objectives. The way that we decided to do it specifically in the comprehensive plan you had adopted was to focus on centers and corridors. And you recall that 50% of the growth that we expect to see, that we want to accommodate to accomplish those objectives, is going to be in our centers and corridors. 30% is going to be downtown. That's doubling the residential number of residents in the central city. And then 20% are in the neighborhoods. And the residential infill project is really focused around that last category more than the others today, because it's focused on single dwelling development. Some background issues. We've been through this a lot, and it's very especially current given the inclusionary zoning discussion today. We've had dramatic increases in housing prices. A big part of that is that our housing growth has not been keeping up with our population growth. They're finally back in sync, but there's still a big deficit. And so that demand for our housing has driven up prices, and the demand for our single-family houses, especially in our close-in neighborhoods, has been the most dramatic of all. That comprehensive plan is working in the context, too, of a city whose housing supply is predominantly detached houses. The comp plan tells us that that share of apartments, the multifamily housing, is going to grow to more, it's closer to 50-50. But the part that our project really is focused on is the 6% that's in this ADU duplexes attached houses, these kind of what basically are single dwelling type structures and often found in single dwelling zones, but don't make up a very big mix of our current mix of housing. More diversity in the housing types is one of the questions we tackled. The supply of land. We're going to accomplish those comprehensive plan objectives and that growth focused on centers and corridors, but in the context that 45% of our zoned land is in single dwelling zoning categories. So we're really getting a lot of compact development out of our mixed use and multi-dwelling areas, but to accomplish our objectives between now and 2035, and especially as we look beyond that horizon, we need to get this kind of compact development out of more of our land supply. And so once again, that's why we're back talking about residential infill right now. And finally, in the comprehensive plan, we also had this concept that layered onto centers and corridors, which was housing opportunity areas. Now, the housing opportunity areas policy was kind of an earlier version of what we ultimately called our complete communities idea. You remember the heat map that had these characteristics that we're calling complete communities, and a lot of the city had it. A lot of the city didn't have sort of the bones of that yet, and we wanted to manage development to protect or increase the number of households in the parts of town where we do have completeness, and invest in the parts of the town where we don't to bring those up as well. Housing opportunity is the same thinking, only with a slightly different focus, which is that these areas, the heat map, the darker to the lighter, the darkest shades in this map have a lot of the characteristics that really support the success of households. Open space, schools, services, transit, access to employment. And if we were to locate affordable housing in those areas and undertook the extra costs it costs to do that, that was what this policy was about. We think it's worth it because it benefits the households. When we take a look at where we're going to apply, and you'll see this later, this increase in options for residential infill, it's not just centers and corridors, which we know that we want to grow around, but also we took into consideration this notion of opportunity areas. So the process was undertaken for this goal that we set for the project, which was to figure out how to adapt our single dwelling zones to meet current and future needs. And that committee, and if you see the next, the work was overseen by a stakeholder committee, a steering committee of about 24 people. We've worked for about a year. Teresa and Eli were planning and sustainability members who were also part of that committee. And that committee early on struggled through but made a set of objectives that it wanted us to use as a way to evaluate these proposals. So when you look at these proposals and when you think about, and probably some of the conflict you've been reading about in the paper, is how we actually sort of balance amongst those. We think we have the right sort of universe of issues and approaches. The project is to balance and optimize for that and for what we're trying to accomplish. And that's what Morgan's going to lead you through now. Other parts of the engagement I was supposed to mention as well. So.
Lots of engagement. That was good. Thanks, Joe. So the project basically is addressing three primary topic areas. We're looking at addressing the scale of houses, increasing the range of housing choice, and improving narrow lot development. For those that are following along in this summary, we're going to start with the inside first page, second page in your summary. So currently, for scale is defined by a combination of building coverage times the building height. And that essentially says the maximum volume of a house that can be allowed on a lot. This image is showing a range of houses on 5,000 square foot lots. And on the left-hand side, you'll see a typical older house, which, comes in around 1,500 square feet. And on the far right side is the maximum size allowed today, which surprised a number of us when we ran the numbers, that it comes in about 6,750 square feet. Fortunately, we're not seeing that type of development just yet, but we are seeing in 2013 at least, the largest house built was just over 4,400 square feet on these lots. Our recommendation is to limit houses on 5,000 square foot lots in the R5 zone to 2,500 square feet, and I'll guide you through that in a little bit. So the maximum size house allowed would vary based on two key factors, the size of the lot and the zone that it's located in. So this graph is showing essentially an R5 example, a 5,000 square foot lot, which is the lot sizes across the bottom axis, and the maximum house size along the left axis. So on a 5,000 square foot lot with a 0.5 floor to area ratio, for those that are familiar with FAR, that results in a 2,500 square foot house. Higher intensity zones with typically smaller lot sizes would have a higher FAR, and lower intensity zones with typically larger lot sizes would have a lower FAR. The benefit of floor to area ratio is that it limits house size while maintaining flexibility. So in this example, you can see the square footage can either be allocated across one story, it can be stacked up to a wide two-story, leaving a large backyard, it can be a narrower two-story house. So there's a lot of variety and flexibility in form while limiting the overall mass and bulk of the house. So in addition to the cap on house size, detached accessory structures would have extra floor area allowance. So this is intended to encourage creation of ADUs, detached garages, and has the benefit of breaking up the mass and bulk of that square footage into two structures, a primary structure and an accessory structure. The second recommendation proposes to lower the house roof line. And current code sets the height limit at 30 feet, measuring from a base point at the highest grade next to a house. So if you look at the house on the left, you can see we're measuring at the high point on the house up to the midpoint of the roof. These two requirements can sometimes have the result of homes that are 3 or even 4 stories tall. So the recommendation would limit homes to 2.5 stories and better relate height limits to the street. Maintaining a pattern of setbacks, established front setbacks, is important in neighborhood streetscapes. Some single-dwelling neighborhoods have larger front setbacks than what current code requires. So recommendation 3 would increase the front setback, but also acknowledges that in some areas we have smaller front setbacks already established. So the proposal would permit homes to reduce the setback to match their adjacent neighboring house where that condition exists. So that gets us through the first 3 proposals on scale. I'll just take a brief moment here and answer any clarifying questions if there are any.
Not seeing any questions?
Okay.
Oh, Jeff,
I'll go ahead and ask quickly. I was reading one of the reports on this, and it says that the average home size in 2013 was 2,670 square feet. I thought you pointed to the 4,400 square foot building and said that's what's being built.
That was the maximum in 2013. So the average on 5,000 square foot lots was averaging just about 26 something square feet.
This may be for discussion. I'll ask it, and you can suggest we discuss it later. So why 2,500 is the maximum? If the current market is averaging 2,670, what was the thinking that led to a 2,500 max?
Yeah, so the intention is to leave have a fairly established and easily applied floor area ratio limit. So 0.5 is, rather than 0.53 or 0.54 to get where the average was in 2013, we picked the 0.5. It's consistent with other examples of other cities that are applying FAR limits in single dwelling zones, as well as the additional allowance for the detached accessory structure kind of picks up that deficit. So right now you're seeing homes with 2,600 square feet, but they have an interior garage. So this would allow people to take the garage and put it in the back, or take their ADU and put it in the back, break up that massing and still maintain about the same square footage on the average.
Yeah, that's a question I was going to ask, because if you have 2,500 plus the ADU, then you still have, more development. On the other hand, if you cap it at 2,500 and do the ADU, you're in a reasonable range, it seems like.
Yeah, that was the intent.
Michelle?
Does a basement count with your FAR?
Good question. Basements and low ceiling attics, so basically attics that wouldn't qualify for habitable space per the building code would not count towards FAR.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question that somebody asked me, and you can tell me if this isn't the right time to ask it. So their house is 1,500 square feet, and they were planning to do dormers and pick up 300 square feet, and they wanted to know, do they need to rush? That's what they asked me.
So the simple answer to the question is if you're converting non-habitable floor into habitable floor space, the dormer addition, that would count towards a floor area. Todd's going to touch on a little bit in terms of flexibility for existing houses, which is intended to not make people feel so rushed. Yep.
Any other questions?
So we're not expecting the ADUs to be habitable because you just said a garage.
So the detached accessory
Yeah.
structure could accommodate a number of different things. It could be a garage, it could have an accessory dwelling unit, it could be a
Okay.
combination of both.
Okay, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, so it's just the intention is it's detached and separate from the main structure.
Just from a process point of view, just to reiterate, to make sure that you're going to get another giant bite at the apple coming back through in probably late spring, summer, when we bring this back to you after council gives direction on where they went ahead. But at this point, any general kind of recommendations that you have, I think that we would take those together and provide those as your general direction. So we might want a letter at the end of this or not. So just be thinking in that.
And along those lines, I also should reiterate, even though we've got very specific numbers, we put numbers in here so people could get their minds around what these concepts we're trying to portray, and get like a physical model of what we were talking about. We're still at the concept level. We still have some development and additional analysis as we develop the code. So don't get too hung up on that level of specificity, but it's just good to kind of help us formulate what we're all talking about.
I just want to ask one more time, because I had a hard time catching your explanation on the attic space. You were saying,
So if you have, I'm like, going to get into very deep weeds here. If you have a ceiling height that's less than, I think it's 80 inches, what qualifies for building code height, that would not count as floor area.
okay, I couldn't, you were talking fast enough, I couldn't tell if you said habitable or inhabitable. So I was like, which way? But I got it. So again, if I'm just generally, without getting into the weeds, the reason you're using is to control the scale of one building and allow the breaking up of the massing to do the ADUs to kind of create or provide the same amount of square footage-ish. Is that what I'm following?
That's the general sense. Rather than allowing for one large bulk building, we're kind of breaking that into two pieces. So the detached accessory structures in addition to.
Into the base 0.5 FAR.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay, I'm going to let you keep going and ponder my question that I'm working on. Eli, did you want to jump in?
No.
Got it.
Great, so thanks, Morgan. I'll be discussing the proposed recommendations for housing choice, what these choices or types are, and where they're proposed. So while the last topic discussed proposed restrictions for the size of houses, restrictions to the size of houses, this topic really includes flexibility, or allowing more flexibility for what can happen really within that reduced building envelope. It recommends expanding opportunity for middle housing, a housing type that many of us have been hearing lots about, and a type that is more amenable to housing affordability and adaptability. This topic is described on pages 12 to 17 of the concept report. So while single dwelling zone generally means one house per lot, Portland single dwelling zones have never really reflected this. Older multi-unit housing types, some over a century old, have been part of the fabric of these neighborhoods for a long time. Portland zoning code also contains multiple citywide exceptions to the one house per lot rule, such that all lots are allowed one accessory dwelling unit or ADU. Duplexes are allowed on all corner lots, and other code exceptions like one additional unit is allowed on lots bordering commercial properties. Under this proposal, these allowances would generally be increased by 1 unit within some select areas, and I'll explain that select areas more in a moment. Single houses currently allowed only 1 unit would now be allowed 2 ADU, single houses currently allowed only 1 ADU would now be allowed 2 ADUs, 1 internal and 1 external. Duplexes, now allowed only allowed in corner lots, would be allowed on any lot, and each duplex would now be allowed 1 ADU. And on corner lots, where duplexes are currently allowed by code, triplexes would be able to be built. Regardless of whether this new development builds to these proposed unit allowances, the building envelope will still be capped at the new single house parameters that Morgan described. These allowances would apply only in select areas, and again, I'll define select areas more in just a moment. So the allowances will allow more housing choices in a form and scale that's compatible with single dwelling zones. This graphic up here, or one like it, may look very familiar. It's the spectrum of middle housing. These recommendations get to the lower portion of the spectrum, primarily ADUs, duplexes, and triplexes, housing types that City Council recently gave staff direction in the new comp plan to better enable and encourage through zoning. I hope to define these select areas within the, where these types of housing would be allowed. So adding significant purpose and guidance to this project was a recent City Council amendment to the new comp plan to codify this middle housing directive in city policy. It says, where appropriate, apply zoning that would allow this within a quarter mile of designated centers, corridors with frequent transit, high-capacity transit stations or MAX stations, or within inner ring areas around the central city. These areas, together with the new comp plan's housing opportunity areas, which Joe had talked about, or areas that define walkable, transit-accessible, complete communities, guided where middle housing choices would be most effectively and efficiently expanded to achieve city goals. The overlap of these layers create the Housing Opportunity Overlay Zone. This zone is very conceptual. I just want to highlight that as it's conceptual. Further boundary refinements will be done in 2017 and to reflect property lines, constraints from physical barriers, natural features, and topography, as well as other practical considerations. The area of the David Douglas School District is currently omitted until overcapacity issues are effectively addressed. Beyond the additional housing types proposed, these recommendations include flexibility for a housing configuration referred to as cottage clusters. Cottage clusters are multiple smaller units on larger lots, often surrounding common green spaces that are typically compatible with single-dwelling neighborhoods. They are currently allowed by code through a planned development process, but regardless of their zone designation, are not allowed any ADUs or any additional size allowances. The proposed rules would allow cottage cluster developments to attain full unit allowances prescribed for the base zone within which they're located and subject them to a Type 2X land use review. To help advance other city goals, cottage clusters may also have the ability to build additional units when these units meet thresholds for accessibility or affordability. And again, these thresholds are conceptual and could be worked out in the next phase. To maximize compatibility, the proposed rules also provide added flexibility for adaptively reusing and retaining existing houses. These proposed incentives include an allowance for 1 additional unit, a modest FAR bonus, and a limited exception to base zone height limits when a house's old foundation is replaced. And from there, thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions about housing choice.
Chris?
So what's the difference between a house with an internal ADU and a duplex?
basically size. 80, what's it? Size of the unit. ADUs are limited to 75% of the main unit, up to 800 square feet.
Okay, and I remember back in Mayor Katz's tenure, there was a design competition, a lot of discussion around courtyard apartments. Did they fit in any of your discussion, or is that too far up the range of missing middle housing types?
So what we discussed a fairly extensive range of additional housing types, including bungalow courts, cottage courtyards, and where we ended up was we wanted to take a modest first step into the middle housing. So things that were consistent and compatible with the scale of a single dwelling form. The cottage clusters is a foray a little bit into that, but we're still talking about detached, smaller structures. So not quite the courtyard apartment model, but I think that's something we will continue to look at perhaps later.
Does anything change if it's in a historic district?
So the same types of flexibility would apply in a historic district. The difference for historic districts is if you're talking about an alteration, new construction, they're all going to be subject to historic review. So if you're talking about internal conversions of an existing structure, if there's no exterior changes, which would be difficult, but if there are no exterior changes, there would be no historic review. But anytime you're talking about building a duplex, a new duplex, adding an accessory dwelling unit, detached structure, all of those are going to require a historic resource review for that.
Mike?
Just curious, I lived in a fourplex in Northwest for 37 years. Are fourplexes are allowed today or not?
Currently not allowed in single dwelling zones.
Wow. Because it's, I mean, it looks like a house. People can't believe it was built as a fourplex in 1926. Fits in really nicely with the neighborhood. I don't understand why we wouldn't be doing fourplexes.
So I also wanted to mention a couple other things. Todd had discussed the provisions for flexibility for adaptive reuse of an existing house. In those cases, if you're talking about an existing house on a corner where you're allowed to do a triplex, you could do a fourth unit because you're retaining the existing house. You get a little additional benefit there. Also, just a little bit of context setting. In terms of the conceptual housing opportunity overlay zone, we're talking about somewhere in the ballpark about 95,000 lots out of the 150,000 lots in the single dwelling zone lots in the city. So it's about 2/3 of the single dwelling zone lots.
Okay, a couple questions. One I partly know the answer to, but I'll pose it out there. If you currently with a corner duplex provision, you can subdivide or just do a duplex on the single lot. Might that or would that extend to mid-block duplexes or cottage clusters?
So this was a stump the planner question. So when we scoped this project, we were deliberately not trying to enter into the land division realm, but so currently if you have a corner lot and you want to do a duplex, you have the option of doing an attached house. That's what's currently allowed, and you can go through a land division process to do that. We have to work through the details of how that would play out for a triplex, along with how some of the design parameters for the orientation of the triplex units would look like. So there's definitely some detail to work out on that front.
And do you have any idea how many lots are in the David Douglas chunk to be affected?
Yes, there's about 6,000 that would otherwise be included in this overlay.
Okay.
If you look at the map and you see the large gray area that's grayed out that shows the David Douglas boundary, there's a lot of multifamily and mixed-use commercial in that area as well. But when you, if we were to be able to just peel it off in our graphic here, you'd see 6,000 single-family lots out of.
So with the quarter-mile radius you set, would that be excluding a lot of neighborhoods at East Portland, Eastmoreland, Brent Darlington? And is that really a way we want to go, or do we want to increase density for all neighborhoods?
Well, so that's a good question. If we could go back to the overall map. So the reason it does leave out, you can sort of see the places that are omitted. Brentwood Darlington is one, parts of North Portland, and then what's caught up in this David Douglas kind of bubble, in East Portland. What else did I?
West Portland.
West Portland. Oh, yeah, on the West Portland. So when we adopted the comprehensive plan, we built it around a strategy that would accommodate the growth that we projected for 2035 and accomplish the best results in all those metrics we had, be they economic or transportation or environmental or climate change. So that's the backbone of what we believe is our strategy, high-performance strategy towards accommodating growth. So that's one of the reasons we built that in. But just for the kind of question you're asking too, Commissioner, it was if you just did that, maybe you should flip, if you just did that, you leave out large areas that are high opportunity areas, pretty well served by infrastructure, just not meeting sort of the technical quarter-mile distance from frequent transit, which is how we defined it. So that's why we looked at the housing opportunity map to bring those back in. Places that got left out just really, we wanted to stay true to the principle that in complete neighborhoods, we want to make those accessible and manage growth to, to keep the qualities they have and allow more people to live there. In parts of town where we don't have that completeness, we need to lead with investments that help put some more of that in place than just open it up for growth. So that's why some of those places were left out of this draft of the map. The argument was made a lot in the process that it should be everywhere.
And I mean, I guess the piece of that argument is that if we don't allow it everywhere, then those areas may never have the population density to support the walkable neighborhood. I would cross out.
I mean, in terms of putting, if you're gonna, like, if you need to justify the investment for transit, you have to justify folks to ride the bus. So, I mean, that could fall into it.
Yeah, it's just, so this is, there's the dilemma, or just part of what we're counting on in the plan that we just adopted was using growth to make sure that we could have the transit and other investments in our centers and corridors to make those succeed. So that's where we, as a city in our comprehensive plan, decided to really try to channel the investment that goes with that growth. However, the more this type of housing that we're talking about here isn't just more housing, and we've seen the need for that, right? But it's also a housing choice kind of option, because this is housing that's opening up smaller and thereby less expensive units in high amenity neighborhoods that really can benefit the households that could live there. And part of the pressure that's in our housing market now is that we have this set of single family houses, and especially in great neighborhoods, they're precious. And so the price is becoming very dear as well. This opens up a range of housing types that can be added to that mix. We're not, and even with the addition of this residential infill kind of unit, we're not increasing our expectation for 123,000 new households. So the pace at which change is going to happen too is still driven by the market. So bringing on more options for where housing could go is going to come out of that 123,000 somehow. And we expect that it will also, the more area that we include, or this area that we include, is going to keep from rapid wholesale change that people fear in the single family neighborhoods.
You have a question, Jeff?
Yeah, I guess I'll follow up, Joe, on the sort of the economics of it. I'm looking at it may be helpful at some point, I don't want to put Eli and Teresa on the spot, to understand some of the trade-offs that went into this, because I understand the genesis of the whole program, and it looks like there were just sort of the natural trade-offs that happened between different interests in terms of some of the restrictions on scale and FAR and height and size and all that. Where I'm going with my question is the economics the report we have, if I'm reading it correctly, from Johnson Economics says, we're going to lose housing under this package, that it's going to depress residual land values, and as a consequence, we're not going to hit the housing capacity targets we've established in these single-family zones. So I guess coming back to the underlying concern, and we'll have this again when we look at IZ, any regulatory package that says it's going to depress housing capacity, the volume of new housing, I start with a pause and a concern. And I did hear that this is conceptual, there'll be more analytical work or more fine-tuning. I hope some of the direction for the further analysis and fine-tuning will be with that goalpost in mind to come up with, I don't know if it's less restrictions, different restrictions, but somehow that the economists can come back and do their Goal 10 housing analysis and say, yeah, we don't think you're going to lose housing with this package. And if I'm reading this right now we're losing housing.
Well, so yeah, that's actually the next item in the briefing. So Tyler will come up and we'll go through that study. And there's an answer to the questions you're asking, but I'm going to wait till we do the presentation, okay?
So
Hold me
before
in
you move on, I
suspense.
do have a question on this topic. I'm scratching my head a little bit on existing homes and the flexibility or limiting FAR within them. If they're not going to change their roof lines or raise their foundations, why are we going to limit their FAR or their potential to, let's say, finish out an attic and make it habitable without changing that roof line? What's the concern there?
That's a really good point. So what we've tried to introduce is some amount of additional floor area that would be benefited to existing houses, essentially saying, partly to address our objective of allowing houses to be flexible and adaptable over time and not locked into a certain form. So there is a little bit of balancing when you're talking about scale and bulk of houses and differentiating between new houses versus an old house in terms of the scale of those two things shouldn't really be measured differently, but there's an appreciation for the existing character of existing houses, plus there's a need to allow for that flexibility and that adaptability to occur. So we are including, as one of the recommendations, a little bit flexible additional floor area for that particular issue.
I guess what I'm pushing back is when you say some additional limiting, I'm not sure I comprehend why we're limiting it all if the structure itself isn't being changed from the outside. I get if you're adding dormers or starting to add on the concept of limiting FAR. I'm just struggling a little bit if you're not changing the envelope, but you're, let's say, finishing out an attic and therefore adding FAR, who cares?
I'm trying to come up with a scenario where the attic wouldn't have counted before and would count after, based on finish. So it's not a matter of the finishing materials.
So it's just unfinished.
It's not a matter of the finishing materials.
Okay.
It's the.
You're just going by roof line.
Right. It's the volume, the height, the other requirements that consider that area to be quote unquote habitable or not. So if you're just putting finishing materials and finishing out an attic and not changing the roof, then that floor area is already pre-existing.
So you're grandfathered into your floor area.
Exactly.
Okay.
That would be a shorter way to answer that question.
Somewhat piggybacked on that, what is the concern, and it's kind of going back to the triplex or multiple units within it, if, again, you're not changing the exterior building, why do we care how many units are in there?
So that was the heart of much of the year's worth of debate.
So I went right to it.
You did. And actually, it gets an interesting sort of wrinkle, and Eli and Teresa maybe can talk to this more, but at some point you trip over into the commercial building code versus the residential. So the number of units has implications that way as well. The mix of units, I guess it was a consensus and sort of judgment call with staying in a single family house, single dwelling house form that's smaller than you could have built in the past. Still brings a pretty different unit into the marketplace for a lot of these neighborhoods, a lot smaller. That can, on its face, address sort of baseline concerns too about the context and appropriateness and the pace of change led us to that limitation. We haven't figured out, there's still issues swirling too around parking requirements. You know, in a lot of this area that we're mapping, there are no parking requirements. And if there were, ultimately, the expectations for 1-to-1 per unit probably makes a fourplex on a 5,000 square foot lot maybe less than desirable. So then you'd have to decide not to have the parking requirements, and all of that just led down paths that seem maybe are worth returning to, and this is a sound a sound first step and a step that we got precedent for in the city in a lot of our neighborhoods.
But another short answer is there's no reason why we didn't go to 4 from a technical point of view, but the pace of change that the committee there wasn't an agreement to go that far yet. But this is a starting point for the conversation for council to begin to have the conversation. I think the same thing happened with proceeding with what was laid out in the comprehensive plan in terms of how we came up with what areas of the city instead of going to the entire city. And so that'll be the discussion. It's a starting point for the conversation.
Maggie?
So when you say pace of change, are you talking about a perception from the neighborhood? Because if that's the case, I mean, we're in a housing crisis, so I'm not sure that that's actually an argument we can use.
Well, no, I think it's an argument that will be used.
Well, can we ignore it?
Well, no, and it's a fair argument. You know, we're talking about one segment of the market in terms of type and size of units. Part of what the underground concern that was built into this process was it came out of the previous emergency, which was the emergency around the epidemic of demos. So, you know, we were balancing both of those sort of understandings of a state of emergency. So the pace of change really goes back to the perception of how much these neighborhoods are changing based on demos, and why not keep a perfectly good house. So that filled but you know, it could be a judgment to be more aggressive and not think of it in those terms, sure.
Teresa, and then Eli.
Okay, so just to put some context to the comments that Joe's made and the overall compromise plan that we came up with. So the Stakeholder Advisory Committee was huge, vocal, and very divided on things, really vehemently divided, as you might imagine. And also, really kudos to the staff who went out to the community and experienced a whole bunch of vehemence directly, many times, about neighborhoods being afraid of change, more people they don't know, I don't know. Anyway, so it really, really, really was quite vocal. So this is sort of the compromise that we came up with, which still has very, very vocal opponents to it. So, you know, in terms of Joe's idea that he was framing as taking the first bite, getting some things going, and then moving it further forward once sort of some of the fear dissipates that it's going to be a horrible thing.
Also, having spent the year on that group, it was contentious, but there was also, we didn't vote on anything, for people here to know. It wasn't like a consensus decision to bring it to staff. Staff sort of wove a line in between different perspectives, and I'd say that within that group, folks representing affordable housing nonprofits, environmental groups, a couple of neighborhood coalitions, and builders also sort of cohered around a vision that would be not care that much about what happens inside the house, and be very flexible and go beyond what staff's recommendations were. And so I want to, so it was not unanimous, but there was a strong, unlikely coalition that came together looking at these issues to say, does it really matter? And I think that politically, it might work. If you're going to say, let's do 4 units, who cares how many are in there? Doing that with existing houses is an easier lift than doing that for new houses. So if you're thinking about a way to step it in, that might be one angle.
You know, in the last ingredient, it's actually really relevant to this discussion, although is about the narrow lot. So if we could present that, then you'd have the full picture of the amount of change and where it's hitting, that could hit the city.
And so with that, so the last topic we looked at was improving narrow lot development. So this is on the back page of your 4-page summary. I think it's important to sort of set up the context here a little bit, that we're talking about areas with historic platting. So these are plats that were recorded at the turn of the last century before modern zoning was in place. Some of these older plats were created with 25 or 33-foot wide lots. So this map that shows areas of purple and magenta are areas of concentration of these narrow lot plats. So they're sort of, I think we've referred to them as an accident of history a little bit. State law requires that cities recognize these lots as discrete sellable parcels. Currently, in R5 zoned areas where these platted lots exist, they must be vacant for at least 5 years before they can be built on individually. However, development on these lots has led to some confusion because the resulting lot sizes are more in line with the R2.5 zone. And since the lot size pattern is dependent on the underlying plat and not the zoning, areas directly across the street from one another may have very different development setups. So recommendation 8 is basically saying in these areas where we have these concentrations of platted lots, we would rezone them to R2.5 to be more consistent with their lot size pattern. These lots are also located in areas close to centers and corridors, and unlike the other recommendations for duplexes and triplexes, these proposals afford additional options for smaller fee simple home ownership. So this series of slides is comparing a current R2.5 zone. So this is what we currently have in the city in terms of our 2.5 zone. It's a little under 3.5% of the city's land area. We just went through a process to add some areas with the comp plan to upzone or in some cases downzone to 2.5. This proposal would potentially add the platted lots. So this would increase the number of platted lots, the number of our 2.5 lots to a little less than 5% of the city's land area and about 10% of the single dwelling zoned areas.
Morgan, can you repeat what you're looking at in terms of criteria around 2.5, because it's not all lots that are the narrow lots currently, it's just some of them.
It is most of the R25, that's most of the lots that are 25 or 33 by 100 that are R5 zoned, that are located within a quarter mile of centers or corridors within our housing opportunity overlay zone.
could be delivered to the market at a lower price. I do always caveat that by saying that what a unit sells for on the market is going to be determined by the market. And so that sale price will be the result of what somebody's willing to pay for that unit. So you could sell it for $431,000, but if somebody's willing to buy that for $500,000, that's what that unit is going to sell for. So there is that difference that I always like to qualify as well. And then to get to Jeff's question that he brought up earlier, in Jerry's analysis, he did look at a total redevelopment scenario, and what he had done from a methodology perspective, and this might get too into the weeds, but I do want to answer Jeff's question, is look at the value of a new construction single-family home under the current regulations that we have today. That's that 6,000 square foot single-family unit. And so if you're able to build a 6,000 square foot single-family home under current regulations, the potential value of that large home is significantly more than what the current value of the land is itself. So what happens in the model is it triggers a lot more redevelopment. Now we know that we're not seeing 100% 6,000 square foot homes, and it's really pretty hard to design and build a 6,000 square foot home on a typical inner Portland neighborhood block. So what it does is, the reason that it shows a reduction in units is because that reduction in units is the result of decreasing the overall square footage and subsequently the overall yield of that redevelopment. When we did the growth scenarios report and looked at our development capacity in the single family neighborhoods, we don't really look at redevelopment in single family because it's so difficult to get a handle on in the market of what that level, that strike price is to trigger redevelopment. But he's, in the model that he's used, the predictive model, it's a more of a complete rational economic model where if somebody could make more money, they will make more money. And so it sort of overstates a little bit what the impact of the unit production might be.
But in a way to paraphrase the result is that because of that impact, because you used to be able to build a lot more on that lot, and you're going to build less now just square footage wise, once the price of the land will ultimately sort of adjust to that, but till it does, there's this disincentive to build. So I guess conceptually, you'll see less one-for-one replacements where you tear down and replace it with a bigger, newer house. Well, that doesn't really help our housing supply anyway. That's not necessarily a bad result. And you're going to see marginally, when you do have that sort of scrape demo of the house scenario, you'll see marginally more of those come in as duplexes. So where you're going to see demos, you're going to have the likelihood of more often seeing a 2-to-1 replacement instead of a 1-for-1 replacement, and that 2-for-1 replacement meets more of our objectives.
When we looked at the prototypes of what would be the most attractive prototypes to deliver in the market with this new scenario, far and above, it makes the most sense to do multiple units instead of a single family unit. The historic narrow lot skinny house redevelopment scenario was the most attractive. The triplex on the corner was the second, and then the duplex, and then the single family. So it does, I think, in terms of the multiple objectives of the project, the proposal really does seem to check a lot of the boxes that was talked about by the advisory committee.
And just last thing, in the context of this committee, one of the things we were asked to find out is, are we going to create a run-on single-family houses demo to make duplexes? And because that, to a large part of the community, is going to be a problem, not a good thing. And we found that it's really not of a scale of difference that's a significant threat. The threat is that there's money to be made one way or the other, and there's a certain amount of demand that will do this, but it's not a windfall to anyone. There's a marginal increase on doing the duplex, so we think we'll see a healthy increase in that supply.
Tyler, could you talk a little bit to the, when we have a single-family home with an ADU, and did we run numbers on that?
We didn't run numbers on the ADU for a number of different reasons. One is that we've been working through multiple iterations of what the ADU proposal would be like and in the time frame that we needed to do the economic analysis. We didn't have ADU numbers to do that. The other is oftentimes new construction, we're seeing more ADUs being delivered in new construction units than we have in the past, but that hasn't been the case before. And the new construction, I think a lot of the new construction of ADUs has to do with the SDC waiver. So to the extent that those SDC waivers are not renewed in the future, it's hard for us to gauge what the what the total uptake of ADU construction will be.
I guess just from an overall basic economic point of view, if you were to add in more square footage,
Yes.
then it would mean that the price and the opportunity for two families to live on the same lot, there would be a third column there showing a 750 or 800 square foot unit, higher probably square foot cost and much lower price.
It performs very similarly to the duplex in the R2.5, which is one of the most attractive examples. So with the single-family ADU, you're effectively building at a 0.66 FAR, which is similar to what the proposal is for the R2.5. And so it does perform pretty close to the R2.5 duplex.
Yeah, I guess I'm coming at the economics from a very different angle, and I think it relates to your question. I've been thinking of it as an incredible opportunity for wealth creation. I mean, people's wealth is primarily a function of the house they own. And to the extent we're coming up with policies that allows people to have an ADU to help pay for their mortgage or whatever, I think we have a great opportunity for wealth creation in the city to try to narrow that wealth gap. That's the direction I'm coming at it from.
In other jurisdictions where you see these kind of duplexes or stacked flats more often, maybe 2, even 3 stacked, one household may own the building and rent out the other unit or rent out the other 2 units. And so it is a wealth creation opportunity if you can just get over the hump of owning the structure. Yeah.
The other piece that we don't often talk about in generating equity as a homeowner is the intergenerational equity component of that and the ability to have multiple generations in a single structure. And especially as we have baby boomers that are sort of downsizing and having larger homes and moving into smaller units, it does provide an opportunity for intergenerational equity that doesn't exist broadly today.
And then another opportunity for the future is a policy one in which if we decided that we wanted to incent more duplexes or triplexes, we could do that with additional FAR or something like that.
Go ahead, Andre.
So how many ADUs have been produced so far?
So far.
I mean, just like, is it 1% of the market or, if you said single-family dwellings, so.
In the past couple of years?
The past couple of years, I mean, is it 1% of the market or is it 10% of production?
When we did the gross scenarios report, it was about 125 ADUs per year, and that was up to 2014. Since then, it's gone up about to 300 ADUs per year, and I guarantee you, once we look back at the 2016 numbers, it's going to be more than that. You can see the impact of the ADU construction broadly across all neighborhoods at this point, I think. So I think, number one, the extension of the SDC waiver for ADUs provided more clarity to those folks that were waiting to make that decision. And so this year, I wouldn't be surprised if we see upwards of 400 or so in 2015.
But out of total housing starts, single-family housing starts, I'm just saying 400.
It's about 10-15%.
And so if we're doubling the ADUs that are possible, that's what we're 15 or 20% of the market.
It provides more housing choice for segments of the market. And there's other segments of the market that aren't met by ADUs. You've got more home ownership that is happening in traditional single-family or attached single-family construction, larger families, the need for larger spaces. So it does meet a significant part of the
And
market.
the ADUs are occurring in principally what kind of areas of Portland? Is it?
There's been a lot of activity in the inner neighborhoods, but they're sort of being developed all over the place. They're pretty broadly dispersed throughout the city.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Doesn't look like it.
So the next steps on this is, like I said, this is going forward to City Council for a hearing at City Council and then a work session. And on the basis of that, we hope to get a resolution of support to move forward with a package that will really develop into code and actually settle some of the issues and the questions that you all are raising as well. So the dates that we go to City Council, Morgan can tell us in a moment. There is the opportunity here, if there were specific sort of questions or recommendations that you wanted to transmit in a letter, you could. You haven't had a hearing. I wasn't sure what the level of comfort was at the commission to do that, but the opportunity is there.
So yeah, just to cover a couple quick dates, November 1st is our city council briefing. November 9th and 16th, we have public hearings scheduled, 2 o'clock time certain with the city council. We're anticipating them to deliberate and give us more specific feedback on these concept proposals. And with that, we will start our marching orders and begin developing the code and mapping over the next year. While I have your attention, I also have this late breaking news about ADUs here. So from 2010 to 2016, there were 1,341 ADUs permitted in Portland. So.
Okay, so general discussion. Teresa?
Oh, I just wanted to say that staff did a fantastic job. This was a very hard project, as far as I could tell, in terms of disparate ideas and a really big universe to work with. So it does represent a step forward. Maybe it's not far enough. We'll see what we get from public comment and back from council, but it definitely is a step in a direction.
Thank you.
Chris?
So I guess as I'm mulling this over, I'm thinking about the gentrification lens, and the ability to create more smaller units is likely to slow down gentrification, improve affordability. But it also strikes me that an important part of that will be the parking regulations. That if we require a parking space with every unit in some zones, depending on where we are, that's well, it will have an effect on the economics of building these, but it will also, I think, have an effect on gentrification. And that I think there's data that shows that units built without parking are less likely to lead to gentrification than units built with parking. So I guess I'm thinking when it gets back to us, I'm going to want to poke very hard at the parking regulations that go with it. So I know you tried to largely steer clear of the parking question, but I don't know how we get to the end without taking a good hard look at that. So that's my 2 cents.
I know that you have something to say.
Just one,
Oh, go ahead, Andre.
Okay. My issue is around the ADUs and duplexes. It seems that I'm not too concerned about the one-for-one tear down. I mean, it seems 2,500 square feet is good. The opportunity to me, and I think I'm similar to Chris, is that this is an opportunity for, and I would say wealth creation, especially in minority neighborhoods where you can increase ADUs, and so I'm a little concerned about the ability to say 2, if you couldn't create 3, that you could have ownership and a way to create wealth, especially with immigrant groups that have generations in a household, and now you've got a way to have that generation in the same household in some neighborhoods. And so how do we do that, and how do we provide a clear path for them to stay in their neighborhoods, for the parents to stay, the kids to stay, and the grandchildren to stay?
I think that's a great observation. One thing we've heard from some of our outreach is lots of people are at a point in their lives where the house that they're living in is too big and not manageable. They would like to be in something a little easier to take care of, or be surrounded by folks that will take care of them. And there aren't a lot of opportunities for them to move within their community. So this is really aimed at trying to increase the variety of those options.
Yeah, so the flexibility in how we do that seems to be, to me, as we come back and look at it, I just don't think that we're going to lose housing. I just think it's a different model than we would traditionally think about an investor making an investment. The investors for ADUs are probably local.
Right. Yeah.
Any other comments besides Eli? Eli, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I have a new comment. I've been thinking about this long enough that I hope that the PSC will write a letter of support for this initiative and the support the direction the staff has taken. I think that they've gone in a positive direction since the original draft was released at the beginning of the summer. I am someone who thinks they should go further, and I can mention some of the things I put in a letter of how it could go further, but I think that it's on a good path. And so I tossed out a one-pager to PSC people when I realized we might actually write a letter on this. And I could just hit the bullet points of what I put in there and what I might add to it from this discussion that could go into a letter from PSC if people think that's a process thing would make sense. Should I? Okay, so what I put in that letter, I'm not reading from it, but one is that to try and put into the code a real incentive for affordable housing that got sort of lost between the first version that came out of the RIPS Act and the end of the summer. And I don't think this would be a provision that would be like an inclusionary zoning provision where you actually induce a private developer to build that extra unit because it's, give you a density bonus. But what it could do is give nonprofit organizations a chance to compete in the land market in single-family zones in a way that they can't compete today. So like Habitat, PCRI, Rose, who are now stuck looking at R2 zoning for their projects. So one idea would be to provide an FAR bonus or an additional unit bonus for nonprofit projects to try and help them proceed. Another would be to drop David Douglas from the exclusion area. I think that the Planning Commission accommodated their understandable issues with population, with the comp plan and the zoning update these past 9 months. But I think it sets a difficult precedent to have school districts driving land use decisions. And there's not that many lots in that area anyway. And if it were some other district other than David Douglas, other parts of the city, I think it sets a poor precedent. The third thing is to have some incentive for accessible housing. And I'm not sure how that looks. It may be more of a building code flexibility. So it might not fall in this code update, but there's the densities we're doing, it becomes economically fairly challenging to do single level flats. Those aren't getting built very much. And to try and give someone a reason through some incentive, I'm not sure what it is, to make an accessible or at least an adaptable unit. A couple more that are in there. One of this internal conversions. I applaud some of the city for expanding the housing, WHO's housing opportunity zone is larger than it was before. I would probably pitch it to go larger, but at least for internal conversions, in the current proposal, you can do internal conversions of existing homes only within the housing opportunity zone. That's 2/3 of the city. It seems like that should be citywide at least. And there's some areas that are left out of the WHO zone, like I'm in the Coley neighborhood. There's a big chunk of Coley that's excluded from it. And just speaking from my own neighborhood association, we have large lots that could work with cottage clusters. We have single-family homes going for over $700,000. We could use the alternative housing options. And I don't know if that's, I don't know the other parts of the city as well. A couple more. And then tree canopy preservation. I put in my little letter to increase trees of a large size because that's the way it's regulated in Portland. Mike had what I used to say is a friendly amendment to the letter that would say tree canopy is what we should be to try to protect. So I'm not a code regulator to know how that can be codified, but I support that direction in the code update. I appreciate that the code update doesn't increase the amount of impermeable surface you can put on properties. So it's already doing that to, hold the trees harmless through this update. And then a couple new things that have sort of come up. One of them is the subdivision code. I would encourage the city council, when they give direction, to open the door to some modification of that code. So one example would be a corner. Right now you can do a corner duplex. If we're going to allow a corner triplex, I think that should also be allowed to be fee simple lots. And the cottage cluster provision, even though I'm a crazy developer who will do planned developments and condominiums, most developers don't do that. And in most cities that have adopted cottage cluster codes, they do allow you to get more fee simple lots in exchange for making the home smaller. So I think that should be part of this code update, even though it means dabbling into one other chapter of the code book. And I like the idea of the 4 units in existing structures to be broadly. And I liked Commissioner Bacharach's point that if we're losing unit count here, that is kind of counter to what our goal is. And so if we could tune the FAR or the geographic area or something so that we end up net positive for a number of homes built in our neighborhoods, that would be something I think would be good. It's interesting that in terms of the competing interests in this group, a lot of concern was from neighbors who said, you know, we don't like this, it's going to destroy our neighborhood and stuff. And just looking at the stats from 2013, I got 50 out of 85 new single-family homes on 5,000 square foot lots are too big to have been allowed by this code. They're more than 2,500 square feet. So for those concerned that this project's going to cause devastation to the neighborhoods, we should remember that as part of this big compromise that staff put together, it really is addressing the concern about the big oversized homes and also providing the flexibility, which is great to hear Tyler's economic analysis of how this actually supports more entry-level homeownership opportunities and rental opportunities. So that's sort of like a laundry list of, like, we like it, and here's some things that could be better at this sort of big picture level of detail, recognizing that there's some more details to figure out later.
We would send a letter around for a comment, correct? The only,
Yeah. No, that's why I was just looking at dates here, because that's a lot.
the only concern I have about the letter would be the decrease, because the decrease only looked at one issue and not the total package of items. So I decrease. Well, the decrease in units it only looked at one item, single family for single family, and not ADUs or duplexes. And so if we had all the numbers, anyway, well, let's send it around.
Michelle and Chris.
I would like to skip the David Douglas part of it at this point. I feel like we are in a good relationship with them. We're not letting them drive land use, but I feel like we're in a partnership with them, recognizing that that area has a disproportionate amount of the city's affordable housing. I think that the stats show they're doing an incredible job in terms of the success rate they're having out of their school and their school system. And I think we need to support that as part of our goals. And if they feel like they're being overwhelmed, I think we need to have a discussion with them before we do something that sort of steps back from the commitments we've already made in the form of making a recommendation that I think is inconsistent with that to the city council.
So there's a lot of things in Eli's laundry list that are interesting and I'm looking forward to discussing. I guess the question I have for the letter, and I would like us to send a letter saying we're in support of this project, but as I understand the process, council is kind of creating the scope for the legislative project, and then it comes back to us as a legislative project and we get to work on the code. So I guess I'm interested in limiting the things we call out in the letter to things that would change the scope council gives us rather than trying to give direction on things that we're going to get into anyway 6 months from now. So I'm curious, Eli, what are the things that you think we wouldn't get to talk about unless we tell council to include them now?
You need some time to think about that.
Well,
That's totally
that's fine. I'm looking
That's appropriate.
Sure. I'm looking at my list, and I think that I have sort of, it seems like a long list, but I think these are things that council might not do if we don't. Some of these things were brought up in the residential info project and never got attention, so.
But for example, I mean, we could decide David Douglas is in or out when we do the code. We could look at the tree regulations when we do the code. So what are the things we can't do unless council includes it in the scope to make sure that we get a chance to get a bite at that apple?
And one would be subdivisions.
Subdivisions would be one, yep.
And
To get in there. Parking
So-
could be. Yep. Yep.
You want to keep thinking?
I'll think.
Okay, because I see Jeff's got his hand up.
I guess the first concern, Eli, you can usually persuade me to about 85% of the things you want to do, given enough time. But I'm concerned that by sending a letter, it's a concern I also had when we did the notice for realtors, you got to get a home energy. We're taking an issue that's got some controversy, and we don't hold a public hearing. So we don't have the benefit. You guys did. You sat through this, and I respect that. But we haven't had the benefit of public hearing to inform our recommendation to the council. So I'm nervous that by giving a detailed letter that says, here's all we're creating the impression that we've carefully vetted this, and if we don't discuss something, does that mean we've vetted it and we're comfortable with it? And I would rather give a more general support to the process and the direction understanding. It'll come back to us with a chance to massage and fine tune and dig a little deeper rather than beginning to already say, and here's what we want out of this process. And so I'm following Chris's lead here. I don't think anything you've said wouldn't be on the table when it comes back to us. If you want to add something to the effect that in order to make the implementation of more housing choice available, more opportunity for duplex, triplex, we should also look at comparable changes to the subdivision code. Something like that, I'd be comfortable with. But I'm nervous with a laundry list that says, here are our issues, because then I'm going to feel like, wait a second, I want to add a few more issues that I don't think I have to add, because I think we can come back to them. As we heard, it's still at a concept level. The numbers are still being analyzed. So I don't want to start a discussion about numbers, because I do have concerns, but I'll hold them. So I'd rather scale it back, more general.
So I also support that, and I think if everyone's comfortable, what I would suggest is perhaps, Eli, can you work with Joe on kind of crafting a letter with that understanding? Let's maybe try to keep it more general. I have to say, personally, I also support not including a comment on David Douglas. And then we can come back and discuss it at another meeting and kind of get into the particulars of, if you feel passionate about adding certain aspects, we can go from there. Does that sound reasonable?
Yes, is there another meeting?
Well, we'll have to add it to a future meeting. That's what I was kind of, well, we've got hearings in there.
It may be that you don't need to discuss it in person, that you may be able to get the letter to a level that you all can generally agree on, because it sounds like what you want us to do is to take the 14 items or whatever it was and make it into 2 or 3 general statements that sort of characterize these issues. And then we can do a draft letter like that, and you guys can take it from there. And I think we can usually do that by email pretty well.
I'd feel good about that.
Well, I'm fine with that. I'm just sounding like there might be a little bit of deliberation. That was my concern. So if we can do it without deliberating and get there.
You have an hour and a half to respond to this draft.
What's our next hearing if we had to just kind of as items of interest wrap it, or our next meeting, items of interest to wrap it up before it goes?
It's November 8th, I believe.
Yeah, and that's
So we
fine.
could try it both ways.
Okay,
Like, if
because
we
that
can
would be
wrap it up,
a
that's
next
excellent.
effort. If we can't get it out before then, we'll at least be in before the hearings. Okay.
And would we typically get some feedback on what the public hearings have said? I know this is a little different process, but.
Sure, I'll do that after the November 16th. Or I can wait until there's some more deliberation from the committee, but I'll do that in my director's report and give you a little update on what happened at the hearings.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Thank you very much. That
Thank
was
you.
very great work, guys. I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute break before we start the inclusionary housing zoning code project. This is a hearing, so if there's anybody here who would like to testify, I recommend that you fill out a card in the back of the room and bring it up front to Julie.
I'm interested though at this, what Selwood brought up. I think it does limit.
Okay, everybody. I'm going to call the next item.
Within a district, so I don't think.
Next item on the agenda is Inclusionary Housing Zoning Code Project. This is a hearing. If you're here to testify, please fill out a form in the back of the room and bring them up to the front to Julie. If for some reason you aren't able to get your testimony in tonight, please know that the written record will stay open until this coming Friday, which is, I believe, the 28th at 5 p.m. Yes, it is the 28th. So with that, gentlemen, would you like to please start us off?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, my name is Tyler Bump. I'm a senior economic planner at the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. I'm also the project manager for the Inclusionary Housing Zoning Code Project. I'm going to give a quick couple process updates, things that have been modified in the revised proposed draft. Made a couple small changes, and I want to let you know about those. And then Kurt's going to give an introduction to the Inclusionary Housing Program Development piece, and then we'll head right into testimony from there. First off, I do want to let folks know that are in the audience today or here to testify. We have a number of packets back there that have been provided by Matt Wickstrom at the Bureau of Development Services about vesting. There's a frequently asked question document on vesting. We've been receiving a lot of questions on that, so I want to let folks know that that's back there. Vesting, project vesting. So there's a packet back there that has some answers to vesting questions. So on October 14th, we made a couple small changes to the proposed draft of the Inclusionary Housing Zoning Code project, and I just want to highlight some of those. These are identified in the memo that's in your packet. First off, there are a couple language changes to clarify the intent of some of the language in the amendments in the zoning code. We've made a couple language tweaks after conversations with Bureau of Development Services for implementation issues. We've also made a couple changes to reflect the off-site options that are being proposed in the program side. So that's off-site compliance with the inclusionary housing program for new construction or set aside of existing units. We have some new code language in there that reflects that, as well as some changes to the plan district chapters. The plan districts are an issue that at the staff level we're continuing to work through and will through the November 8th recommendation date that you all have in the next couple weeks. But those are specifically related to the FAR bonus in the plan districts relative to the inclusionary housing incentive package. And I do also want to highlight one other piece that staff's continuing to work on, and that's the density bonuses as part of the incentive package in the historic districts. We've received a significant amount of testimony and comment so far on the density bonuses in the historic district, so I do want to highlight that's a point that staff is continuing to work on in the zoning code amendments. So with that, I'm going to go to Kurt for a little introduction.
Good afternoon. My name is Kurt Krieger, Director of Portland's Housing Bureau. I'm a planner by training, but a houser by choice, and I've been doing this work for about 40 years in different parts of the country. And I would say that mandatory inclusionary housing is a new policy venture in Oregon. We've been doing voluntary inclusionary housing within several urban renewal areas where we have development and disposition agreements. Most noteworthy, the North Macadam URA and the River District URA, or South Waterfront and the Pearl. However, the experimental it might be in Oregon, it's not experimental elsewhere. Other parts of the country have been using inclusionary housing policies for 40 years. Oregon just happens to be a little behind the curve. In my last position as Director of Housing and Redevelopment for Fairfax County, Virginia, I operated the Commonwealth of Virginia's largest urban county program, which was established 26 years ago. And there's about 7,500 affordable housing units on the ground in Fairfax County, Virginia, with another 5,000 entitled, mostly in the Silver Metro Line extension from Washington, D.C. to Dulles Airport. So they got about 13,000 housing units in total, which is comparable to what Montgomery County, Maryland has accomplished in slightly more time. I would also mention that in Fairfax, all projects, whether or not they're ownership or rental, have an inclusionary housing obligation, which is not the case in Oregon under statute. My first inclusionary housing program responsibility was in the early 1980s when County Executive John Spellman, later Governor John Spellman, instituted an inclusionary housing program for large parcel developments in King County. I might add parenthetically that the interest rate was 21%, and we had 2 recessions during the initial launch of that program. But I'm also proud to say that some of the areas that we planned for under that policy are now incorporated cities, and 1/3 of their housing stock is permanently affordable because of the foresight of such a policy. Along the way, I've worked with private developers and public agencies as their consultant, occasionally on inclusionary housing policies. At OTAC, where I was Director of Housing and Community Development, one of my clients was the City of Seattle. The Seattle City Council wanted us to assist them to recalibrate their housing policies, especially as it related to workforce housing and affordability. And while that work was accomplished just prior to the election of Mayor Murray, that work provided the basis for the Housing Authority affordability and livability agenda under Mayor Murray, which is now sometimes called Seattle's Grand Bargain, trading density for affordability, if you will. When I was tasked with being Director of Housing for the City of Portland, inclusionary zoning was initially part of that effort. And frankly, I felt like I could move the city forward after a 17-year stalemate and lockout with the state legislature. Fortunately, in 32 days of a 35-day session, we were able to get the prohibition against mandatory inclusionary housing lifted, and we simultaneously got authorization to enact a construction excise tax, which went into effect August 1st. The direction that I received from Commissioner Salzman was to undertake an evidence-based planning process and to assist the panel of experts and staff to develop and devise a workable inclusionary housing program without impairing our existing policies or impairing the development pipeline within the city of Portland. I appreciate the close working relationship established with Planning and Sustainability, as well as the Bureau of Development Services, because as sister agencies, we all have a role and a responsibility to advance our shared values of equity and inclusion. As Portland was the 80th city to launch a bike share program, we were able to learn from the experiences of the other 79. Some 300 cities have preceded the city of Portland with inclusionary zoning programs. We can learn from their mistakes. And I think the policies before you today are based on the reality of having taken stock of those programs and knowing what works. I do want to acknowledge and thank the panel of experts appointed by Commissioner Salzman for this effort. Your fellow Commissioner Maggie Talmadge was instrumental in that effort, and you will hear from many of them today. They did not take a vote. They do not have a collective position. They were asked to render their expertise. But because every member has a position and is often representing even their private business or a collective of community voices, we didn't think it was appropriate to try to get to consensus. Commissioner Salzman has advanced to you his best thinking based on the advice of the panel of experts, and I look forward to hearing more of the testimony today.
Good evening. For the record, Matthew Schalbel with the Portland Housing Bureau. I just want to give a very brief update on some program development elements before we move to the public testimony in the hearing. So first and foremost, with respect to the mixed-use zones, I know there's been some concerns raised by both the panel of expert members as well as members of the Planning and Sustainability Commission, and we will be committing a direct subsidy level on a per affordable unit in the mixed-use zones. We're still in the process of calibrating that level, but that will be made public and available to you well in advance of the November 8th work session, as well as our feasibility modeling around that direct subsidy level. The second element I'd like to highlight is that there have been some concerns raised around the property tax exemption limitation, and we've done some modeling based on what we've seen this year through our voluntary program and what we would anticipate to see over the next 20 years with respect to the growth scenarios. And while we're confident that our current tax exemption cap would be able to absorb the vast majority under the recommended program, We understand that there's some folks out there who think we may bump up against that cap, and I just want to reinforce that within the program rules and regulations in city code, should the city not have the subsidy in any of the areas of the city, should it not have the tax exemption, or in the mixed-use zones, once we commit subsidy, should it not have the subsidy, a building would not be subject to the inclusionary requirement, nor subject to paying the fee in lieu, because we don't have the corresponding offset. The other item I want to flag really quick is that there have been some concerns raised from the both for-profit development community as well as nonprofit development community with respect to the off-site option, specifically the construction of new units around the timing of the units. And I think the folks seem comfortable with, rather than requiring the units be under construction or have a certificate of occupancy, that we build in financial penalties in the event the units don't come online within some time frame. So we'll be making some modifications to that as well. And again, you'll have that well in advance of the November 8th work session. So those are the things I think I'll highlight right now, where staff are still working to make final calibrations to the recommendation based on feedback from the panel, the public, and the PSC, and we'll have that all available in advance of the November 8th work session.
Are there any questions? I have a quick question. If I'm understanding correctly, you said you were a part of working on the Grand Bargain up in Seattle? Or?
My client was the Seattle City Council when Mayor McGinn was mayor. The mayor was dissatisfied with the progress that Mayor McGinn was making on affordable housing and contracted directly with the consulting team for the purpose of recalibrating their workforce housing policies. Our work was completed. Mayor Murray was elected. Mayor Murray recognized that body of work and fashioned, with an advisory committee recommendation, the Grand Bargain.
So I guess where my question's going here is, if I understand, that was quite a lengthy process that kind of worked towards gaining community consensus. Is that a correct impression?
Seattle makes Portland perhaps modest by comparison of their processes.
It's Portland.
About 2 years. You know, I spent a year on it, and the advisory commission spent about another 8 months, and they had about 3 months of hearings.
And maybe
they haven't done anything yet either, I might say. That was a year ago.
So perhaps more pointedly, it seems like this process has been quite abbreviated, especially in comparison, as you just noted. Do you have concerns that this has been abbreviated to the point that we maybe haven't fully gained community consensus or all the evidence that we need to be able to confidently put this policy in place as drafted today?
No, I think it's been a very open and transparent process from before the legislature even met, because we made it clear that the city of Portland had one legislative priority, and that was to remove the preemption on inclusionary zoning. That was done so in April. And this policy comports perfectly to the legislative intent of SB 1533. So people have had a long time to consider how this might affect their business. In fact, as we considered whether or not to phase it in, the fact that we've been so transparent about the effective date means to me that we have essentially already phased it in, because we've seen almost a trebling of permit activity. So people who have financial interests that they want to preserve and protect are vesting their projects today in advance of the February 1st deadline. I think we'll actually see a bit of a void in the permit pipeline after February 1st, because everything that would have come forward in the spring will have already been vested. I think the fact that Commissioner Salzman set a goal and was very clear about it is helpful. I've worked in government for a long time for a lot of different organizations. And if we have an interest in achieving more tenant protections from the 2017 session of the legislature, then inclusionary zoning needs to be taken care of before we go to Salem with any increased tenant protections. Having gone there last year with inclusionary housing as our #1 priority, I would not expect a favorable treatment from the speaker if we haven't taken care of business back home, if we ask for more assistance. So for us, it's very much traffic control, housing policy traffic control. We, through rulemaking, can make amendments to Title 30 to adjust the calibration of incentives if there are difficulties in particular zones. And we will be open to making those changes with the input and oversight of the commissioner in charge of housing. But the actual rate of inclusion, we think, is appropriate to set now.
One last question, because you brought up vesting. I put Matthew on the spot last time. So since I can't see the vesting document in the rear, does it state, because you just kind of were stating it, that the effective date is February at this time?
February 1st.
And
that is correct.
No sooner than February 1st?
That is correct. And we don't envision a retroactive application of a policy.
Did everyone hear that out there? Fabulous, thank you. Any other questions?
Just briefly on vesting, as I understand it, early advice is not, early assistance, pre-apps, those do not vest you. You actually have to have your application, your permit
Complete
application.
application has to be proffered.
Has to be deemed complete?
Has to be deemed complete.
No, that's really.
That's a bit of a change, if I believe.
I think state law would not allow that, Kurt. I think you have, if it's in the door, you have 180 days for it to be deemed complete, unless you're changing it.
You're correct.
Thank you.
Will you state your name and then
Oh, I'm sorry.
and then
Matt
just repeat that
Wickstrom.
so everyone in this room can hear that?
I'm with the Bureau of Development Services, and I have copies of the vesting handout for you if you'd like. They're also in the back. The point of this is to capture frequently asked questions. We're getting a lot of them, obviously. We've essentially worked with the city attorney to get answers to our first wave of questions. Now there's a wave of more detailed questions, and so we're going back to the city attorneys to get more clarification. So this is going to be posted on the Bureau of Development Services website, and it will be updated as we move along. So think of it as like a living document.
Fabulous, thank you for doing that, for clarifying for us.
I stand corrected, thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Any other questions? Okay, so with that, we'll start calling, we're going to start with testimony from Landmarks Commission and Design Commission. We often give our commissioners, fellow commissions, a little bit extra time. They each are going to get 3 minutes. If you're here to testify, anybody from the public, please fill out your testimony cards in the back and bring them up front, and please know that you will be limited to 2 minutes each. So I've got Kirk Granzetta and Julie Livingston.
Hi, my name is Kirk Granzetta. I'm the chair of the Portland Historic Landmarks Commission, and I'm currently working at 111 Southwest Columbia. And we had written a letter dated October 20th about some of the concerns that we had about the inclusionary zoning program and the biggest, the foremost concern is the IHFR bonus and what the potential for impacts that could have, particularly in areas that already kind of have a high FAR, such as the East Portland Grand Avenue Historic District, where there is a very high potential for disproportionately high or large buildings when you compare it to the existing historic fabric in those areas. The second concern we had was the imposition of the affordability requirement on the adaptive reuse of historic buildings, that it would impose a pretty significant financial burden on any kind of redevelopment proposals for those historic buildings. And the last one, major concern that we had was, to what extent would the increase in FAR kind of encourage developers to kind of navigate a Type 4 process, which would result in the demolition of a historic building? And I think that I don't want this letter to be misinterpreted as kind of creating a scenario that basically excludes affordable housing from historic districts. I think the main intent of the letter is just to say this could be one of the consequences of policy. And we've tried to, we didn't have enough time to really kind of hash out what some of the alternative options would be. Historic preservation has always been, I think, a pretty significant partner in developing affordable housing. I mean, all you need to do is look at the Portland Housing Bureau's portfolio to see buildings that are listed on the National Register, buildings that are city landmarks, and also buildings that are older than 50 years old. And I think that there's a tremendous opportunity to utilize historic buildings, but there's a potential for creating disproportionately sized buildings in historic districts. One of the potential solutions to the issue is to create kind of a geographically based system where the fee in lieu is if a developer chooses to pay the fee instead of putting in affordable housing, that money stays in that historic district, so that district then becomes essentially eventually you'll create a financial incentive to have affordable housing centered in that district, so that they are contributing to solving some of that affordable housing issue, and you're not excluding it from a certain district, whether it be Alphabet or East Grand Ave. So with that, I just thought I'd open it up to questions too about, if you had any other concerns about our letter. And, we certainly would want to work together with this commission to kind of figure out a solution so that we don't create disproportionately sized buildings in some of our historic districts that tend to have a pretty short height limit that's currently there.
Great, thank you, Kirk. So perhaps, Julie, why don't you go ahead and then we'll take a round of questions and see from there.
Sure. So Julie Livingston, member of the Portland Design Commission. And have you received a hard copy of the letter we provided? Maybe not.
We did receive it electronically, I believe.
Okay, very good.
It'll be great to have a hard copy.
So because I'm representing several people, I'm going to do a little bit of reading and then also a little bit of speaking, and I've already timed myself, and I know that I will not exceed 3 minutes. So you may remember that in September, I testified to the Planning and Sustainability Commission on mass shelters and housing zoning code update. And you may also recall that the testimony centered on the creation of a separate design review track for housing developments that included some level of undefined city subsidy. And the Design Commission took issue with this for 2 reasons. The first was we were concerned that the anticipated presence of city funds in inclusionary housing would have undiscovered consequences on the delivery of both market rate and affordable housing units. And second, we were concerned that a 2-tiered system would be created in which people of modest economic means would live in housing developed to a lesser standard that was ironically supported by public dollars. So now we have kind of similar concerns about the rollout of inclusionary housing. And this is our first concern is fairly general. Our familiarity with the proposed revisions to both Title 33 and Title 30 is limited to a single 60-minute briefing from the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. As we've had no contact with staff from either the Housing Bureau or Development Services, we're unfamiliar with almost all issues surrounding the implementation of IH. So our optimistic expectation of outcomes is predicated on the assumption that the economic impact of IH, on the production of multifamily rental and home ownership housing has been thoroughly vetted by real estate development experts and the staff of the impacted bureaus. And the housing ratios proposed are guaranteed to not have a detrimental impact on the 2035 comprehensive plan's overall housing goals. If this isn't the case, IH will not be the direct and significant means of implementing the comp plan's housing affordability goals that our community wants it to be, but rather a clumsy tool likely to further aggravate the housing market and harm our ability to achieve said housing affordability goals. So more specifically, moving from that, there is no place for inequitable housing in our community. In every structure, the type, size, location, and amenities provided to residents of affordable units must be physically and characteristically identical to those provided to residents of market rate units, and this must be addressed through the appropriate titles within the city charter. As a further guarantee of equity, the Design Commission recommends the IH code take a page from the subsidy playbook of some of our local affordable housing developers. Provide floating subsidy within each building rather than tying subsidy to specific housing units. This approach allows building owners to deliver on the terms of their IH commitment without disrupting the lives of residents whose household economics are on an upward trajectory. And finally, the Design Commission believes that any potential revision to Title 33 that impacts building massing and or building height must be modeled at the quarter block, half block, and full block scale to be fully understood. And that these results, the results of this work must be vetted in public forums comparable to those held during the outreach phase of the comp plan. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions? Andre?
First, thank you from the Historic Commission for coming forward. And I mean, I was kind of taken back by the letter at first, but I appreciate the difficulty of Historic Commission, I mean, this commission and the code recognizes the difficulty of historic buildings and redeveloping them. And I think it's important that we support trying to figure out a solution to have affordable housing in the historic districts. You're right, the Housing Bureau has invested a lot of money in the historic districts and put affordable housing there, and so we need to continue to do that. And we need to recognize the special conditions of the historic district. So I heard staff earlier saying they were working with, or going to be working with you to come up with some particular solutions, and I encourage that. And hopefully we can work out something that works for both you and us and the affordability folks and Housing Bureau.
Yeah, I think I can speak on behalf of the entire commission that we feel pretty committed to making sure that historic districts also share, the net responsibility to provide affordable housing. There's certainly a great opportunity there that's latent within our existing historic fabrics, and we'd like to take advantage of that as much as possible, I think.
Thank you.
And for Julie, so this is the same concern we heard before, the two-tiered system, living in houses developed to a lesser standard, and I have the same question. So is the lesser standard a design issue? I mean, is it quality of products that affordable housing is, or define lesser? Because we got into this discussion last time.
Right. So slightly different now from then. We were, when we were talking about the design review process, we were concerned that there would be a difference in design quality, even with the design advice request process in place. Now, we are more concerned that there will be a difference in the characteristics of the housing units provided. So not specific to Design Commission's purview, but Design Commission is very strongly favoring the development of more affordable housing in our community and wants to be sure that it is equally applied even-handedly in new development work. So we don't want to see developers coming in with ground floor units that are dedicated affordable housing and everything that's above the 80% threshold layered from the second floor up. Because there's a qualitative difference to those housing units.
Okay, and as I understand the process right now, that's part of the Housing Bureau's purview that we were told last time in their administrative rules of how the housing is built. And you're saying you want that control?
No. We want to be sure that that has been considered because we have not had any contact to date with staff from the Portland Housing Bureau or Bureau of Development Services, only BPS. So it may very well be there. It may be fully vetted and fully addressed.
Okay.
Yeah. I was just going to say it is in there, and so is the floating units. And so it would be added into administrative rule, if I'm not mistaken. Is that a yes?
So I guess my request is of staff that before, I guess, November 8th, that you guys get with the Housing Bureau, and because we've heard this twice now.
Yeah.
And it appears that you guys keep coming back to us and saying, going to be slums, or we're going to build slums here, and I don't think that's your intent, and I want to make sure that the Housing Bureau is addressing your concerns, and if there's issues they need to tell us about, that we hear them, because there's not communication here somewhere.
Right.
So if we can get staff to get with the Housing Bureau and the Housing Bureau get with them, it'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, Jeff?
Oh, sorry for jumping in. So from the design review, you don't look at the interior building. So this is just an opinion. This is not within the purview of design review. This is simply.
This is an issue of equity. So yes, it is not, equity is not within the purview of the Design Commission.
Okay.
But Design Commission.
We might decide that a unit has a funny configuration. Maybe it's a little smaller. It's not like the other ones. And your feeling is that can't be the affordable unit? We can't, there can be no adjustment. They have to be, so if it's a penthouse, somebody making 80% of median income gets a penthouse. I mean, there's got to be there's no yielding, there's no adjusting, there's no way to take a building and go, we understand the slum issue. I mean, no one's talking about a unit that's not habitable, that's inappropriate. But I'm just wondering whether, from an equity standpoint, because that's the standpoint you're talking from, Julie, and I know you're familiar with this territory, there's no flex there, there's no ability for a developer to...
I wouldn't say that. You know, I think that
So when you said
it will
must
be a different response in every building, and there needs to be, you know, if you were to apply fair housing law, which I'm sure, you know, folks at Portland Housing Bureau are doing, if you were to apply fair housing law, then there would be a variety of units available within the building that have similar finishes, and that have, you know, that share the entry and the mailbox area, for instance, with all of the market rate units.
So when you say, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, Julie, but when you say must be physically and characteristically identical, that may be a little stronger than what you've just said. Must be physically.
There are, in every multifamily building that I've been in Portland, there are generally a great variety of units.
Okay, thank you.
And unit types. So I would expect there to be a good and reasonable mix that would give people plenty of option.
We've hit common ground. Thank you.
I have a question, piggybacking on the last visit you guys had for us. Say there's in order to develop affordable housing in a new project in a historic zone, and someone proposes to use one of the, you know, the 3-to-1 density bonus, FAR bonus, and Landmarks Commission says, no, that's too big. They can't do the affordable, what happens in that dynamic? That's going, it's not coming to the Planning Commission. It would have to be appealed to City Council. Is that the dynamic? And I mentioned this because we've seen zones where the commission recommended 75-foot height limits, and the zoning is going to call for something more than that. And I know that you can fit more FAR within a height limit, perhaps. But could you speak to that dynamic? Because I wouldn't want, even though you said you don't want to discourage affordable housing in these zones,
right? The
devil is in the details. When a real project happens, someone who's going to be providing affordable housing is going to want to use that FAR. What if they can't?
Unless you have that safety valve of an alternative policy solution, such as what I kind of described, then there's not very many options. I know from our perspective, you know, a disproportionately sized building can have a negative impact on a larger historic district. And that's why we really want to seek an alternative policy arrangement so that we still meet the affordable housing obligation and incorporate it into the historic environment, and that we don't create something that's disproportionately large, because then that opens the door to other large buildings, where other developers are going to seek the opportunity to go to the maximum height when the buildings around them are relatively small. So, yeah, and it goes to the fact that we don't want to exclude it, and that's why we want, you know, some kind of a policy alternative.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much, both of you. Okay, first up is, and then just a reminder, if you're here to testify, please fill out a testimony card in the back of the room. We're going to limit testimony to 2 minutes. If you're going to testify and you haven't yet, please bring your testimony card up here to Julie. First, we're going to hear from Carrie Waters, Sam Rodriguez, and Madeline Kovac. Yep, any one of you can get started.
All right. What's the EST? My name is Carrie Waters, and I come before you today as a lifelong Portlander, a Tlingit tribal member, community engagement manager at the Native American Youth and Family Center, and as a representative of the Climate Justice Collaborative, which includes Opal Environmental Justice Oregon, the Coalition of Communities of Color, and 6 of its member organizations. Our Indigenous-led climate justice campaign works towards equitable processes and outcomes related to climate action. Housing access may seem counterintuitively connected to climate change for some, but NAYA operates under the relational worldview model as our theory of change. This leads to a holistic approach to all aspects of life: mind, body, spirit, and social context. Our cross-cultural collaborative celebrates the resilience of people of color and low income in the face of 500 years, over 500 years of colonization and other systems of oppression. We offer that you consider anti-displacement as a pillar of climate resilience. This includes adaptation. Inclusionary housing offsets the effects of climate change by reducing the vulnerability of those that would otherwise only be able to afford housing in areas far from infrastructure needed to live a low-carbon lifestyle. Furthermore, IH supports climate mitigation through reduction and prevention of greenhouse gas emissions. Transportation remains the largest contributor to the state's in-boundary emissions. IH alleviates the need to drive long distances and then to take advantage of, rather than take advantage of our public transit and active transportation options. And finally, inclusionary housing promotes social cohesion. Our city has grown at exponential rates, and many that have the means to do so see Portland as a climate refuge and move here. While the IH proposal before you is not perfect, we urge you to do the right thing and recommend the proposal as it exists now for City Council adoption. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Carrie.
This is on. Thank you. I'm Sam Rodriguez. I'm a developer. I build the housing that we're talking about here, and I'm here to caution you that this has happened too fast. I think there's not been enough discussion of the consequences of the unintended consequences of a program that's implemented at this speed. I am very concerned. I mean, we are all about smart growth. We love the idea of diversity, and we love the idea of density. Portland is about all those things, and I feel that we might be rushing into a program that won't actually achieve the goals that it set out to do. I disagree with Kurt. I don't think that we will get 13,000 units in the next 20 years with this program as it is. We need to be able to develop, and we need to be able to finance these deals, and money is fungible and will go wherever it needs to go. My biggest fear is that at the end of the day, instead of densifying Portland, what we're going to end up doing is actually pushing people to the outside, which is exactly what we don't want to do, to the suburbs, because what we're going to end up doing is making housing a lot more expensive than it is today. And under the current conditions, under the current program, we don't think housing is going to be developed in Portland unless the program has a subsidy that counterbalances the effects of the affordable housing. We love the inclusion of affordable housing into our projects. We think the multi-program before was a great program. It actually had great results. It was voluntary and it was used all the time. And it's a pity that it actually was implemented in Seattle, a very similar program, and it's very, very, very effective. And I don't think we are getting, we're going to get what we think we're going to get with this program. We're not going to get the affordable housing. We won't get any housing. Housing will become more expensive, which means that it'll be easier to go build a podium building in Beaverton, for example, which should get it eventually, but right now it doesn't pencil. It will pencil because Portland rents will be so high that people will have to go somewhere else, and that will allow us to develop it. So I caution you.
Thank you, Sam.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
there you go.
Thank you.
Hi, commissioners. Thank you very much for your time and hearing us tonight. My name is Madeline Kovacs. I am the coordinator of the Portland for Everyone Coalition. We are over 35 and growing, formally endorsing organizations, local businesses, and community groups, all supporting the provision of abundant, diverse, and affordable housing options for all Portlanders. I want to testify today briefly in support of the inclusionary housing proposal before you in its current form. Increasing the supply of housing to address Portland's housing crisis is very important, but we need to be equally concerned with who we are building this housing for and where that housing is located. I'm here today to speak to two of Portland for Everyone's 5 goals for the city of Portland that are just as important as supply. 1, prioritizing housing for historically and currently underserved populations, and 2, creating and maintaining economically diverse neighborhoods. In a city experiencing rapid growth and increasing pressures on access to affordable housing, we need to leverage this energy for the benefit of average Portlanders, not only for those whose pockets are deep enough. We must do this now. If we don't, it will only get harder as 1,000 new residents move to Portland each month.
Furthermore, Portland's zoning has roots in racial and class exclusion, which has harmed communities and results in some of the intractable issues that policymakers are still grappling with today. The policy proposal before you now is the best option that we currently have to not only slow the widening gaps in well-being and opportunity that have arisen from these practices, but to intentionally and actively reverse them. I would like to live in a city where everyone that I meet is given an equal opportunity to thrive. I would also like to live in a city where a person's potential is no longer determined predominantly by their zip code. The inclusionary housing policy contains the full suite of tools that can be employed to achieve successful development regimes, including direct subsidies, density bonuses, tax abatements, and hopefully further reduced parking requirements. While I only worked as a developer for a year and change. Yeah?
Thank you, sorry. It's 2 minutes.
Okay.
But looks like we might get some questions. Chris?
Madeline, could you just expand a little bit on the parking requirements?
Thanks, Chris. I would love to. Can I read my last sentence?
Sure.
I did learn a very important lesson. With courage, intelligence, and creativity, many long-held assumptions that drive our business models can fall away, and more effective and collaborative solutions can emerge. I am excited to watch the development and business community here in Portland dedicate itself to those endeavors, tackling projects which will bring added benefit and much-needed housing to our city and most vulnerable residents. And parking can destroy affordability in housing projects. Well, I mean, yes, Maggie.
Go ahead, Maggie.
Sam, have you used the multi-program on any of your projects?
I used to work for Trammell Crow Residential, and that was the last time we used it. It was when it was a usable program. The program then became very difficult to use. It had many criteria that you had to meet. Those criteria, after you met them, you still had to go to City Council, get it approved. So one of the problems for a developer is that the more you add a risk, the less likely it is that you're going to use the program. So it was very effective. It was so effective that Seattle copied it, and Seattle is using it and producing affordable housing currently.
But you don't currently think it's a good alternative to IZ?
There's some adjustments that have been recently made, but just recently made, and we haven't applied it since. I mean, we've looked at it. It does help for sure, and it could be improved on, and then it would be incredibly useful. But as it was a year ago, it was very difficult to use.
Thank you.
Chris?
If I could just be a little more specific with Madeline. Obviously, removing any parking requirement for the affordable units is going to help their affordability. I guess the question is, would removing parking requirements more generally in these zones assist the overall affordability program and make inclusionary zoning more likely to work?
Yes, building parking can be really expensive. The other thing to note is that removing parking requirements doesn't necessarily mean you're not going to get any parking. If a developer is working on a project where it's part of their business plan to provide parking for their condo residents and it pencils to do so, they will do it. So I think clearly, as the proposal states, reducing the parking requirement for affordable units makes a lot of sense. But as we also try to transition into an economy locally and globally that is not reliant on carbon, that is built for people, not for automobiles, I think one of the key factors is eliminating our parking requirements, and I think the mixed-use zones are the perfect place to seriously do that.
Thank you.
Andre?
Sam, do you develop affordable housing now?
No. We develop a market rate housing.
Only market rate?
Only market rate housing.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next is Sarah Zahn, Doug Burge, Noel Johnson, and Glenn Baldwin. I don't know how all four of you are going to share the chairs, but you'll figure it out.
Good evening.
So name, please, and turn your mic on. Push. It's on.
Okay.
Thank
Good
you.
evening, Chair Schultz and members of the commission. I'm Sarah Zahn with Girding Edlin, and I'm here today as well with Oregon Locust, which is an affiliate of Smart Growth America's coalition of real estate developers and investors. I've also been involved in the inclusionary housing discussion as part of the PHB panel, as well as a member of Portland Housing Advisory Commission. So I come today wearing a lot of different hats and with a lot of different perspectives. So talking today on behalf of Locust, we're committed to working with the city to achieve a successful inclusionary housing program that produces the greatest number and range of affordable housing units possible without negatively impacting the overall housing supply and the city's growth goals. Yesterday, Locust submitted written testimony that details the results of the financial model that was developed to try and detect any viability gaps between real projects that have been recently financed and how they would have performed under the proposed inclusionary housing recommendations. The results we found are mixed. Here's what we found. The 60% MFI voluntary recommendations appear to work, with one important exception. The recommendations for mixed use and lower density zones only include property tax abatement for affordable units, not on all units as in the higher density zones, which results in a gap for these projects. If we don't change this, the outcome will be less overall housing production, especially in the lower density zones. I'm glad to hear that PHB is talking about making changes to that. For zones where high-rise is developed, the proposed PHB offsets for the voluntary 60% MFI program, which include a full property tax abatement, result in a relatively small gap, so adding in a modest additional offset to that program, such as a BDS fee exemption, should make those projects work. We also found that there is typically no or very little gap for podium development when a full property tax abatement is used with the other offsets. However, for the mandatory 80% MFI recommendations and offsets, our analysis finds that projects will not
Sarah,
meet the return on cost.
That's 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hey, Doug Burgess with Oregon Locust also, and to just build upon what Sarah was saying, Locust has provided through our written testimony an alternative inclusionary housing program, and that's been calibrated to produce the maximum number of housing units at a range of affordability needs while maintaining overall housing production. For the 60% MFI option, we would retain the 10% inclusion rate, but provide tax abatements on all units in all zones, in addition to the other housing recommendations for other incentives. This will help ensure all zones can absorb their projected growth rates. For the mandatory 80% MFI option, reduce the inclusion rate to 15% and better calibrate the offsets. That would include a tax abatement for all residential units in all zones, BDS fees waived on affordable high-rise units, CET and SDC waivers for affordable units in all zones, and SDC waivers on market rate high-rise units. Our recommendation also includes developers absorbing a tenth of a percent of cost to ensure that the voluntary 60% MFI option remains more attractive. For a typical high-rise tower, this equates to about $1.8 million in value, and for a typical podium, it'd be about $830,000. Further, the offsets in the inclusionary housing program must be available for the requirements to be enforced. This point is critical, and we believe the housing staff agrees with us. Without the needed offsets, the requirements will be significantly reduce housing production, nor is it construction to implement a program without the offsets available. Because the inclusionary requirements are contained in Title 33, while the offsets are in Title 30, both codes should clearly state the interdependency of the requirements and offsets. Finally, we also calibrated our in lieu fee to reflect the 15% inclusion rate, which would give us between $17 and $23 per square foot as the in lieu fee. And we want to stress that that's on rentable square foot as opposed to gross square feet. Thank you.
I'm Noel Johnson, and to continue the Locust testimony tonight, I'm going to hit on two things. The first is that I think is a key consideration is to ramp this program up so that it doesn't hit like a kind of bag of bricks over the head, and that's just a dangerous approach. So ramping it up is one key thing that we want to talk about. The second is predictability. Investors insist that developers are able to get them through in a predictable fashion, so this program needs to be predictable over a few years. With regards to the ramp up, and some specifics on that. So the 60% MFI program that's voluntary, we suggest that based on our model's results, you need to start at around a 3% inclusion rate, and that would be for the mixed use and the lower density zones. But then you need to start at about a 10% inclusion rate for the higher density zones. Now, if you switch to the required 80% program, we think you also need to start at a 3% inclusion rate for the lower density and the mixed-use zones, but you can actually start at an 11% rate for the higher density zones under that required 80% program. Now note, this is under the current assumptions where the Housing Bureau, that the Housing Bureau is currently proposing, which is not the full amount of offsets that we eventually would need to get to the gold inclusion rates. Now the 3% rate that's necessary to address the viability gap for, is relying upon just that partial tax abatement. And it'll ensure that the voluntary program, if we do it this way, is still more attractive than the 80% program. So that was a key thing we heard from Housing Bureau and Saltzman. They want the 60% to be more attractive than the 80% program. So we're trying to respect that. In addition, we want to just remind you that the city will need to significantly raise the cap on the tax abatements. Right now it's at $3 million, and we guesstimate it's going to need to be about $10 million in order to not basically constrict housing supply in non-urban renewal areas. We're all in this together, and if we forget to do that, we're in trouble. With
you.
regards to the fee in lieu,
Thank you. Gwen can pick up.
All right, I'm picking this up. Gwen Baldwin. Although Locust has not had adequate time to develop offset recommendations, those came later in this process, we want to offer two important observations about what's been proposed. First, new development is not workable if it triggers construction of a separate project at the same time, when there are different finance and development requirements involved. Instead, the off-site option for new development should allow a 5-year performance window and then a clawback on or penalty related to that if there's non-performance. And second, on any off-site option for existing buildings, we really think that should be considered separately from this inclusionary housing program moving through at this time. In particular, given the certification, income certification mix match. In the MFI, 80 MFI program that is frequently in multi-projects, that's what's coming off, and you have a 60 MFI inclusion requirement for this existing unit, you've got a mix match, and we don't want to have any unintended consequences of how you resolve between somebody who's earning 80 MFI and somebody who's earning 60. So that is one of the reasons why we think, yes, look at that, but it's not required as part of the inclusionary housing program under state statute if you have the new development in play. Oregon Locust believes a well-calibrated inclusionary housing policy can be a valuable tool to provide additional affordable housing without negatively impacting the overall housing development. By starting with a moderate program that ramps up over a predictable period of time and ensuring the right offsets and safety valves are available, Portland can create a successful, meaningful inclusionary housing program. It is the number of new affordable units produced that should be measured, not the highest inclusion rate. A lower overall rate with a strong production will do more for affordable housing than an aggressive inclusion rate and reduced production. So we're happy to answer questions and look forward to working with you in the city on this.
Thank you. Chris, Eli?
So I'll invite one of you to answer this, and you can pick who. So the Housing Bureau has a model they use to calibrate the incentives. You guys have a different model. You get a different answer. What's different between the two models? And use small words because I'm not an economist. Why do you get a different answer than they do?
Yeah, I was going to say, Doug. The calibration.
Well, the DRA model that you're referring to, we've seen the results of that model. I don't believe we've ever seen the model. It is a proprietary model that the DRA has. It's a econometrics model. So it's a little difficult for us to completely compare the two. We can see the data. Models are based on assumptions, so they use a certain set of assumptions. We use a certain set of assumptions. In the written testimony, we discuss how we had 16 projects amongst the entire development community representing small and large developers in Portland and different areas of the city, and we tested that. So we feel pretty solid that these are market conditions on the ground, and we can change those. So, and we've provided those also to PHB to do their own sensitivity analysis.
Okay, and you've suggested ramping the inclusion rates. You've given starting points. How quickly could we ramp to the full inclusionary percentage that we'd like to get?
We're suggesting over a 3 to 5 year period. And again, in code, you can set it so that that the inclusion rate is 15%, for example, in the 80 MFI program. You could say in years 1 to 2, it's this, in years 2 to 3, and that could be then adjusted in the recap.
So related to the ramping question, if you've tuned the incentive packages so that it doesn't impact the residual value of the land, why is there a ramping need? What's the concern?
Investor jitterness. I mean, we can't do anything without investor money. So even though something is calibrated correctly, it's about getting people comfortable and used to it, and that's really the main driver. Things that start and ramp up, as opposed to, gosh, we got a little unnerved. We want to see somebody else go through this first. It's the theory of you start slow and you work up, but that's better than overreaching and you end up having a big gap of projects while everyone's waiting for somebody else to go through.
I guess I'm going to follow up. If the economics of the project work, doesn't that get over investor jitteriness?
What I didn't quite get to in my testimony is that we, with what we recommend, still are assuming that the investor's side can take a hit of somewhere between 10 to 20 basis points. So if I'm typically solving with BlackRock, Prudential, GE, whomever my investors are, for a 6 unlevered, we're assuming that they will take some level of a hit in this. So we didn't get it fully held harmless. That's the bet that we're offering or suggesting as a reasonable bet.
So I believe Maggie had her hand up next, and then I'm seeing Andre, and then Michelle.
So 2 questions. To clarify, is this on? Okay. To clarify, you're first saying we're going to set a ramp for 3 to 5 years, and that is how you decided the inclusion rate? Because I'm curious, like, how do you measure investor jitterness, right? Like, how do you get to that?
I was going to say, it's complicated, and we'll sort of walk through different pieces. But part of this is we're starting with the assumption that the only offsets that we have available aren't the ones that we're proposing, which are more coverage to close the gap. They're what Portland Housing Bureau is proposing. And so because of that, you need to start at a lower inclusion rate, and then you ramp up from that. So it was looking at what's available currently, what's on the table. And again, some of this is changing. I mean, as from yesterday to today, there's a discussion about subsidization. And that's great. I mean, that's the lovely thing about all this, is it all can be calibrated. What we were simply trying to put forward based on our model was, what's the max we can get to? And it's 10 at 60 and 15 at 80. And then how do we get it in a place where if you only have the Housing Bureau's offsets, you ramp up to a certain level of inclusion. And that's why we mapped it out that way. But again, I think all of this is, to quote Dyke Dame, it's all numbers. And so we just are looking at how we can do that in a way that is going to have the strongest production overall.
And to follow up on Eli's question, so you just said investors like BlackRock. I assume they're investing across the country in many jurisdictions, many of which have instated inclusionary zoning. Why would they be jittery here and not in those other jurisdictions?
They're okay with inclusionary zoning. To give a specific example, my Goat Blocks project, it's on year 6, and it typically takes for large projects between 4 to 7 years to deliver through our system. So if I go to an investor before anyone in this room knows what I'm doing, right? And I say, hey, we've got potential opportunity here. It's going to take me some time, and I need to be able to say there's a ramp up happening. I don't know if I'll be able to break ground in 2 years, 2.5 years, 3 years, depending on the entitlement, the permitting process. It's not fully predictable in Portland. So I need to have some level of ramp up so that I can say, if we do this deal, it won't just, there's not sort of a cliff that boom, you're hitting and the economics change dramatically overnight. I need to slowly move through. So if I'm delayed a year, it doesn't kill my project. That predictability is what I need to get.
So I guess, have you seen other projects in other cities that have developed IZ and the project goes under?
Yeah. What happens is you get a pause, and Kurt mentioned it. Kurt mentioned that you'll get a pause. So our market will equilibrate back, and we don't know how long it will take. It might, but this gap is what none of us like, because as Sam alluded to, when we are not producing housing, even for a period of 2 or 3 or 4 years, rents go up. That's just what happens. Land prices rarely go down, especially given the ownership group that is in Portland. They're very long in their view.
Andre?
I got a whole series of questions, but just on this question. So did you testify at Seattle with similar concerns? on their inclusionary zoning?
Oregon Locust formed 30 days ago, so no.
Okay. So your investors in Seattle, how long did they pause?
So in Seattle, the multi-program that they have and the project that I've done in Seattle, we are accustomed to that program, which is a
No, but
voluntary
they did
program.
an inclusionary zoning. But
And then-
how long did they pause?
And then right now, what is happening is sort of a TBD. It's tough to tell a pause until, in hindsight, 2 or 3 years, and that's where Seattle is right now. So the question we can
But
only
they're
answer.
still building, correct?
Building is a
No, I mean, but
lagging indicator by 2
you're
to
saying
4
that
years.
you don't know if they've paused or not.
Right, like you won't know if Sam, Tom, Mark, all of us pause until 4 years in
Okay.
hindsight.
Okay.
That's the challenge.
That's the challenge. So a question on the constant cost of, I guess, return. As I read this, if we did none of your suggestions, you're saying that your investors are going to walk away from Portland. I mean, for a period, they're going to walk away. So
No,
there's no one going to invest in Portland for a period of time. We're going to have a pause anyway, but I'm trying to determine how big is the pause if nothing happens, and is it like 100% of the 30-day group here heading out the door?
Well, I
Yeah.
think there's another, there's another component to it too, though. I mean, we're talking about the ramp up. If the economics of the program don't work, there's no pause, there's no capital that'll come to the deals.
But
So I
no
think there's two
capital,
concerns we're
but
worried
no
about.
capital means there's a pause. And no capital means that your group is walking away. And so what percentage of the market does your group, you think you own?
Well, I was going to say, there are multiple aspects, so let me see if I can tease apart some and then pass the mic. Part of this is, I think there's sort of two approaches in broad sweeping terms. You can either say, we're going to be maybe measured at the front end,
Okay.
which increases the likelihood that we're going to have very little displacement or delay or problems. Or you can say, we just want to push the envelope and we're willing to take a slowdown. But we're rolling the dice because we don't know what that slowdown is. Our perspective is we're never going to get you an absolute answer. And it's not like, on, off, unless it totally doesn't pencil out at all, which is the concern with the 80 program. But it's more, which approach do you want? We think you actually get more housing, affordable and other, if you do that measured approach than if you start high and go, oops, we overdid it, and now we have to roll back. What's underdeveloped doesn't get rebuilt for 50 years. I mean, the 16 pro formas that we went through, none of which pencil for the 80% MFI, represents $1.1 billion worth of investment and 2,600 units of housing. So it's like, why go there?
But that's
Don't
my
want to.
point.
We're saying let's
That's
go
my
together
question.
with something that works.
That's my question. You're saying that 80% does not work, and so you guys walk, right? You will pause. I mean, at some point you come back, but I'm concerned about the statement that the pause that we have developers in front of us that represent a significant portion, I think, of the market, saying they're going to pause because they can't get a constant return.
Yeah, what we're signaling is
I'm
it's a
asking,
clear red
the
flag.
investors are going to say, Portland's not a market, and I'm going to go to Seattle, or I'm going to go to San Francisco, or LA, or Houston, or Dallas with the money, and I'm not going to participate in Portland, given housing prices going up, and I can get a better rent. Because you stated earlier, the rents would go up.
Yes, they will
So
return once the
you're
rents
getting
go
more
up.
money, but you're unwilling to invest.
No. Let me clear up, Andre. Let me clear up.
I'm not
We will
an
get more
economist,
money.
but I get more money.
In 5 years, the rents will go up, and the investors will return, and they will profit handsomely. And anyone who currently owns apartments will have done very well. But that is not for the macro good. That's not our goal here. Our goal is not to drive rents up. So on the 16 deals that we currently subjected to what is proposed in front of you today, which represents $1.1 billion of investment, which is 2,600 housing units, and as an order of magnitude, that's about 1 to 3 years of what our central city delivers in terms of like how many units we deliver per year. That's depending on whether it's a big year or a small year. So that's a majority of the housing units that in our central city, in our urban core, we deliver are being subjected to this test, and none of them would have been able to meet the requirements of our investors going in. So how long that pause, I can't guarantee, but we're saying red flag, this is a very big concern. Over time, we think it's a counterproductive thing as currently crafted, but we want to get it right.
Exactly, that's the underscore, is we want to
So
get it right.
I'm going to interrupt
Just-
here. I think what I'd like to suggest is, can we kind of think about our questions? We can always have staff reach out to Locust for us. We've got a lot of people to keep hearing
Yeah,
tonight.
I got just one more question. The ramp up, so it's your contention that the ramp up is going to get us the same amount of housing that the Housing Bureau is saying they're going to get with your ramp up of 3 and 10% over 5 years?
What we're saying is that we think that overall, that having a ramp up overall produces more affordable housing than if you start too high too fast and then you have a longer period where production is low. I mean, if you look at, let me just, I have some quick numbers. So if, like, say 5,000 units of housing are developed, if you've got a 15% inclusion rate, that's going to create more affordable housing at 750 units than a 20% inclusion program applied to a cooler market that produces 3,500 units, which would only be 700. So that's the thing, is that, yeah, it ramps up, and you could say in any individual year it might be less, but if you aren't having the production, you're not having the units anyway. So that's what we're trying to get, is that sweet spot to get the max for what we, can do in this market. And that's the goal. I mean, truly, the goal is to want something that works, and works as well as possible, as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Two quick questions, really quick. I apologize. They are quick, and if you don't, you only get 10 seconds to answer each one.
All right.
Oregon Locust, you're primarily tower, concrete, steel, central city developers, looking at your
Podium, a
list.
lot of podium as well.
A lot of podium.
Okay, and then a second question was, my second question.
We represent, there's members that do stack flats and stuff
Yeah,
out in
mixed-
that.
in the mixed
My second question is,
Mixed use all over.
if we take your recommendations on the numbers, the ramp up, the inclusion rates, what's your confidence level it won't cause any slowdown development? Give me a percentage. Each get to answer.
Well, all things being equal, then it should continue. I
What?
mean, we can't control the macro environment, but all things being equal, that's why we underwrote it. These are status quo, market clearing yields that we calibrated our program to.
I mean, there are certainly other
Okay.
things happening in the market right now that are factors outside of our control, and, there's a lot of discussion
Right, okay.
around that.
90%.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Clyde Monroe, Vivian Satterfield, and David Noren. Go ahead.
My name is Sid Manroe, CYD.
Sorry, Sid.
No worries. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm 41 years old. I've rented the same house in the Richmond neighborhood for almost 12 years. And the work I do may not quite earn the median family income, but it's fulfilling and beneficial to the community. I teach circus arts to elementary kids. I develop software, apps, websites. I help to coordinate Sarah Iannarone's field campaign for mayor. But I live simply so that I can also give back to my community. I'm the Neighborhood Association Chair for 2 years now, and I've served on the board for 7 years. I volunteered with Richmond Community Action Network to create safe sleep guidelines to dovetail with the cities that was then rescinded. And the city has canceled that. Rent is going up, people are being evicted. As a result, communities are being torn apart. So the question to me is, how can we help people stay in the neighborhoods where they built community? This year, my landlord sold my home so he could have the liquid assets to handle medical bills for his family. He tried to find a buyer who would not request tenants to be evicted, but the one that he did find changed his mind and evicted everyone on both sides of the duplex, and then instituted more than double rent. I tried to find housing in my neighborhood because I wanted to be able to keep building the community that I have been building, and I can't afford to live there. It's out of my price range, it's out of my class, so to speak. So As a result, I'm having to move to another neighborhood, and so the neighborhood association needs a new newsletter editor, a new association chair, and so I just asked that I'm supportive of inclusionary housing at the 20%. I think we need as much as we can get. We need diversity, we need talent, we need to carve out space for leadership, and that will happen if we open up the space for people to be able to afford to stay.
Thank you, Sid.
Thanks.
Hi, good evening. My name is Vivian Satterfield. I'm the Deputy Director at Opal Environmental Justice Oregon. We've been organizing low-income communities and communities of color here in Portland, Oregon to have meaningful involvement in setting the policy that affects where we live, work, play, and learn. I'm also a member of the Portland Housing Bureau's panel of housing experts that worked on this issue for the past few months. Opal Environmental Justice Oregon first started identifying inclusionary zoning as a policy tool that actually we didn't have in our toolbox back in 2009 when we were looking at patterns of gentrification and displacement for our community members. So our organization has actually been working on this issue for over 6 years, and I've spent myself 3 legislative sessions as a community leader working alongside folks to help bring inclusionary zoning and unlocking the construction excise tax as well. So while I can appreciate Locus's focus in the last 30 days, we've been working on this issue for quite a long time. I will note that in today's Oregonian, when I opened up the paper, I just want to call out a few things that really struck me, and I wanted to just uplift them in this space. That Portland area home prices for the 11th straight month grew at a faster rate in August than any other major metro area included in an influential index. And while home price appreciation has cooled across much of the country, hovering at 5.1% year-over-year increase in August, the Northwest remains an exception. Out of 20 cities included in the index, only Portland and Seattle are seeing double-digit increases. So that's where we are today, and that's really the urgency of now, and why I'm urging this body to really both hear all the testimony that's being presented today, but really to pass it forward to City Council as a viable policy. I especially want to affirm the inclusion rates as they currently are in the proposal in front of you. As mentioned by other folks who've been here ahead of me, why even do this? It's really coming down to housing choice and mobility. Our region has a history of racist housing practices with redlining, urban renewal, and discriminatory lending practices that have disproportionately affected communities of color and working class households.
Thank you, Vivian.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm David Noren. I'm a lawyer representing SEIU Local 49. I've been before you in the past talking about the Central City Plan and the efforts SEIU Local 49 is making to address affordable housing from a somewhat different perspective, and that has to do with making sure that workers have enough income that they can afford housing near where they work. The issue I want to address briefly here tonight on this program is its relationship to the work that you've been doing for a year or more on the Central City Project, the efforts you've been making to develop your various code provisions, and a concern that we not lose track of those alternative ways of addressing equity, addressing the needs for affordable housing that were already promoted before the legislation came through authorizing inclusionary housing. In particular, I'd suggest that the use of the voluntary inclusionary housing incentives for non-residential development, which, as I understand it, is there now in this package that would be going forward, is based on analysis that's really related to residential development. I don't think there's any real need to make your assumptions about what the fee in lieu should be with non-residential that is looking for increased FAR being the same as something that's required for mandatory inclusionary zoning. So I'd urge you to have your staff take a look at that issue as you come back in November, and importantly, as you come back in January and look at your larger program on inclusionary zoning as it has been implemented for next year, but how it will be implemented in 2018 when you get the Central City Plan in place.
Thank you, David. Vivian, I have a question for you. Especially since you've been working on this for so long. You were talking about the importance of the viability of the program at 20 and 80% and pushing that along. Do you believe that continuing supply at the rate we're doing is important with the continuing viability? The supply or production, when I say supply, of housing units. In other words, I guess where I'm going with it is, do you have any concern that it, which would be different than Locust is saying? Locust is saying at 20 and 80, they're concerned it's going to slow supply. So is that of a concern for you if we, while we're kind of pushing forward at 20 and 80, that it might slow down the production of housing altogether?
No.
And what's your background on that since you've been working on this so long?
It's based on, I think, Standard & Poor's Price Home Index that was actually released on Tuesday, showing that here in the housing market, especially in the Pacific Northwest, that it's actually not cooling. And I don't believe that having an inclusion rate of 20%, which is, looking at other jurisdictions, that's pretty average. It's not abnormally high, and I think it's absolutely achievable. I don't believe it'll dampen the housing market, no.
In comparison to other markets, wouldn't you not have to compare your incentives or your offsets to understand if it's really comparable or not? And don't other markets throughout the country have very different programs?
They do, and also, they do.
Okay. Appreciate that. Any other questions? No, thank you very much. Next is Mark Edlin, Brian Wilson, Paul Grove.
Good evening, Chair Schultz and members of the Commission. I'm Mark Edlin with Girding Edlin from Portland, Oregon. Our office has analyzed the impact of the proposed inclusionary zoning on one of our recently completed projects as of 3 weeks ago in Northwest Portland. This project, the Muse Apartments, is a 58-unit project construction on a 10,000 square foot parcel. We've put together a written summary of the impacts of the project that we'll leave behind for the Commission this evening. On a high level, as written, the impact of the policy to the project returns are such that it would not be feasible without either significant increase in rent on market rate units or significant cost reductions. Under the voluntary 20% at 80% MFI, the project NOI would decrease by 11%. To make this up on the income side, rents would have to increase by $2,202 per market rate unit per year. Since we are unlikely to capture this increased rental income, we turn to cost. To compensate for the reduced income, capital costs would need to be reduced by $1.7 million or $33 per square foot, or land would need to be reduced from a cost of $1.7 million to zero. However, that was yesterday. Using today's land costs, A&E and construction costs, and tomorrow's rents, the projected NOI decreases by 26%. In this case, rents would have to increase by $6,520 per market rate unit per year. Or to compensate, capital costs would need to be reduced by $5.2 million or approximately $99 per square foot. To achieve such savings, you would obviously need to make significant cuts to design, quality, and sustainable features of a new building. Girding Edlin is committed to the creation of affordable housing in Portland. Our track record both in Portland and nationwide demonstrates this commitment. And in fact, we are currently in various stages of development of four affordable projects in Portland and elsewhere, and several inclusionary projects in cities such as Boston, San Francisco, where market rate rents are more than double what they are in Portland. Both personally and as a company, we support the upcoming bond measure. However, in good conscience, I cannot support the recommended policy as written. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for having us. My name is Brian Wilson. I'm one of the owners of Mainland Northwest, a small local development company formed to help our community develop sustainable, healthy, and livable neighborhoods. I fully support creating public policy that will help us meet these shared goals, but the proposal before you is simply not it. As a developer of both affordable and market rate for rent housing, I'm deeply sensitive to the availability of inventory at all levels of affordability across our community. And as a community leader and former candidate for public office, I'm equally sensitive to the imperative of crafting good policy that will ensure we build as many units of housing as we need. Currently, Mainland has approximately 360 units over 3 projects in the St. John submarket, projects outside the downtown core. And projects like mine are literally right on the bubble of viability, even in today's hot real estate market. And we've got to keep that in mind. If we reduce the return on cost by another 50 basis points by the proposal that you have in front of you, these units won't get built. No matter how much I want to build them, they won't get built. I won't be able to get the capital attracted to it. And these aren't fancy units. These are workforce units, which are units that are just as equally needed in our market as any other level of affordability. There are viable alternatives, and Locus, of which I am a member, has provided one. I urge you to recommend the necessary changes to get the program right so that we can continue to develop the housing we need and not stop production. 3 imperatives. First, fee and lieu and the offsites need to be calibrated better so that they act as a safety valve while developers and renters both get used to the new economics. We need to have clear language in the code that if the incentives aren't available, then the IH will not be imposed. And finally, we need to have a better conversation around cost for compliance. As a former housing commissioner and LIHTC property owner, I can assure you there is a cost to compliance. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you, Brian.
Hi, Commissioner Schultz, Chair Schultz, Commissioners. For the record, Paul Grove with the Portland Home Builders Association. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you tonight and talk about the inclusionary housing program. The HBA is committed to ensuring its success and understand the challenge before the Commission and the city on this issue. I had prepared remarks, so I'm going to deviate a little bit and really focus on 2 key things. The first is the discussion around the mixed-use zones. I think as we plan for our future growth as a city, we're contemplating more than, or 60%, I believe, of activity to occur in these mixed-use zones. And we just heard tonight the potential for a new incentive that would be applied to those zones. And I think at this time, at this juncture, to drop a new incentive into the program, I think really warrants more discussion around not just that particular aspect, but also what the overall incentive package looks like in those mixed-use zones. That's where we really need to be, from our membership's perspective, in terms of the units that they are building and where they are building, a greater degree of emphasis on that piece. And then secondly, our members that are building in the multifamily space typically have smaller scale projects, and we're talking 50 units or less. And I think it's important to note the dynamics of development and that this is a different model, and they have different investors, different lenders, and it means something different to them in terms of overall economies of scale. So I posit that for the Commission to consider as we move forward on this, because I think while we appreciate the intention, we appreciate the goals in this, at the end of the day, we want to ensure that we get a program right, that we get the units built, and that we avoid unintended consequences as best we can as we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions? Jeff?
Thank you for kind of talking mixed-use zones. That was a concern I had raised, and I think to some extent the modeling has been focused on it. And there's a question here, and I'd like you guys to help me, but expand a little bit, and Brian, both you and Paul made the comment about the different ways you finance a project. I don't think any of your guys building at 50 and under are going to BlackRock to access equity dollars. So I'm concerned, I guess what I'm looking for, do you guys feel comfortable even with the starting pro forma models that everyone's been using? Are they apples to apples with the kind of development your groups are doing, or do we need, I just want to be sure you're not left behind, that we sort of go forward with a whole structure that works downtown, works for higher density, and you guys get swept along, and as you said, Paul, your groups, I'm talking about the smaller developers, are building the lion's share of the units we're trying to get. So help me, this is your opportunity to explain to me and others, what is it you need and how far off does the program look at this point? And just the cash subsidy, where does that take you? That was thrown out tonight. I'm sure you guys didn't know about that. I don't think any of us did it now. In case you missed that, that was in the comments from the Housing Bureau at the start, where I guess it was an implicit acknowledgement that the numbers don't work in the mixed-use zones. And they said, oh, we're going to look at a cash subsidy. So somewhere in there is a question, but we educate us. What do you guys need to feel comfortable with this program?
Well, I think from my perspective, developing out in St. John's specifically, or some of the other mixed-use zones, is that the perceived risk by investors, whether that's friends and family money or investor money, and we do talk to not BlackRock, but some of the other equity groups out there, it's not the Pearl District. And so for them to evaluate the risk of building in those areas, it's a different equation. So their return on cost thresholds are a little higher. Their internal rates of return thresholds are a little higher. Banks look at it differently, and that's, the lender as part of the capital stack is just as important as the investors, and sometimes more so. So you have to look at creative financing like participating mortgage programs or things like that to get a project started in an area that is not as well recognized. I mean, I heard a story recently about a project that was almost in downtown, proximate. They could see the Pearl District, and the investors said, no, it's not in the Pearl District. I just can't wrap my head around a return on cost below 6%. So, so I think it's calibrating that risk. And the one last thing I'll say is every project has a slightly different pro forma and flavor, and because there's going to be different characteristics. You might have some retail, you might have some parking, you might have different amenity packages, all kinds of things that factor in. So you can't look at just one model, I guess. You can look at it for some basic guidelines, but you really have to do project to project.
Can you, or maybe Paul, this is you, so is the incentive package in the ballpark of getting you guys to a comfort level? Is it way off? Do you, I mean, where, for the mixed use zones and the lower density zones, where should we feel we're at in terms of this discussion?
Well, I think, you know, in the conversations that I've had with some folks that are doing some 30-unit projects, it just isn't there for them at this juncture. And I think, you know, and I would be remiss, I know that there were some numbers that were discussed, you know, previously, and I would be remiss if I tried to comment on something like that. But I know just in some of our guys that are looking at these 30, 35-unit projects, it makes it very difficult in terms of what the current model looks like. And so I think, you know, with the cash incentive, as you acknowledge that there is an implicit understanding that it's not quite getting there, then I think it really begs the question is, what does it really look like to get there? Is this the right, you know, tool to be incorporated into the overall incentive package, or are there other potential options that exist? And I think that is a larger conversation.
And has that conversation been happening with the people you represent in the Housing Bureau to date?
No.
Okay, so one last question then. Mark, the Locust Group, and you mentioned a 58-unit project, and obviously you do much bigger ones. What's your, Locust has proposed an incentive package and a ramp up, and somebody said they have a 90% comfort level. It will work, it won't slow down housing production. What, do you have
I'd have to say,
comment?
based upon our numbers for this building, which we finished 3 weeks ago, I don't think Locust's numbers would work. I think if you want to compromise quality, and on this project, we're close to passive house, we're not there. We would be VEing out the insulation over above code. We'd be taking out all the exterior sunshades. The exterior skin would go from brick and metal panel to hardy. A lot of things that as a city, I don't think we want to do. My concern is buildings like the Ambassador Apartments or new buildings like the Cosmopolitan. We're going to be incented, the industry will be incented to build low-rise, stick frame, poor quality, sprawl, and less sustainable projects than we're trying to do out there. So those that are building cheap product are going to be highly rewarded.
Do you think there is a calibration that might make the program work and not have the deleterious effect of underbuilding and underquality?
There is, and it's just dollars and cents. You know, and we passed around, I think it's got details on that pro forma. I'd be happy to share it with anybody. You talked about a 6% yield. That project yielded 5.6%. It's pretty thin, and it's a real tough deal. I personally, my personal belief is I think the bond measure that's out there, which we gave money to and are supporting, I think affordability is much like infrastructure, schools, streets, water. And I personally think that's the best way to address it. Because my fear is that somebody asked about a pause. It's going to take a couple years to go through this artificial bulge that's going through to beat this in terms of the getting grandfathered, for lack of a better term. That'll get built. We'll be overbuilt. Rents will go down. And then we'll wait until rents rise enough to cover that cost delta that I mentioned, at least for the project that we built. And until the rents rise sufficiently to support that, there will be no capital.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Susan.
This. I'm channeling Chris here a little bit. So in the mixed-use zones, a couple of years ago, we started requiring some parking. So if that was in the, I might get fired for this. If that was in the trade-offs of a way to reduce costs in mixed use, because I'm focusing more on that than Central City right now. or other ways to reduce costs that are other requirements. Anything you can do to think about that and provide an answer now or sometime would be helpful.
I'll just say from my perspective, in St. John's, eliminating parking probably isn't a really smart idea until we get a better mass transit system out there. And we have investors from out of market who think we're insane to have our low parking rates as they are, so I don't think so.
Just speak for us. I think when we put minimums back in, it went against a lot of things we're trying to do as a city, and I didn't get it. To do a quasi-mechanized parking structure, it costs us about $17,000 installed for the machine, and it probably costs us about $120 a foot for the box to put the machine in. Maybe all in, it's probably $25,000 installed. And so if you're providing those in this particular building, we're at a ratio of roughly 0.5 parking stalls per unit, which the neighbors were very supportive of because there's issues with people parking neighbors. But we are also seeing the bike thing is on fire, which is a great thing in terms of what we're trying to do with our environment and a lot of things. It would help, it wouldn't solve it.
Andre?
Just real quickly, so if you don't build here, do you build in Beaverton, Clackamas, whatever? So what happens to transportation costs and who absorbs those?
Go for it. So I have two people in my company. One is Alaska Airlines' #1 customer, and another one is their #5 customer, because they fly out of Portland every Tuesday morning and go to Boston, Chicago, San Francisco, LA, and Seattle. That's one thing. That's extreme. And somebody else mentioned capital is fungible. It is very fungible. And as I mentioned in my testimony in San Francisco, we are doing inclusionary product in San Francisco and Boston. The rents are double what they are in Portland. We can make the numbers work. Here, what I think will happen, if I was in the city of Beaverton, first of all, if I owned product, I'd be dancing in the aisles because rents are going to go up, I think. Number two, if I was the mayor of the city of Beaverton or Gresham or Pickham, I'd be dancing in the aisle too because I'm going to see development in my community. And low-rise, stick-frame building that people can afford, that's where they're going to go to build them because they can afford to build them. And so what your question, Andre, right to the point, where we don't have the transportation to St. John's or wherever else it is, they're driving. And when we talk about equity, the cost to drive a car, as we all know, and own it and fuel it, forget the environment for a minute, for those that are poorest in our community, that's a huge burden. And if we can put them on rail lines and do it in a fashion that works and product gets built, to me, that's the way to do it.
Thank you.
I have one question. Sorry, gentlemen. And I think I know the answer, but just to throw it out there, would more FAR help offset this? And if so, does anybody have a gut? And if so, you can probably provide that answer later. But I'm getting a shaking of the head no. A no from Paul. And Mark's smiling.
I don't think it's going to help.
Okay.
We are selling historic FAR, and this is a side note. If I was the historic folks, I think what this is doing to the transfer of historic FAR, as I understand it, will be very detrimental to historic preservation. Because my understanding, the last time I heard, and we heard testimony from the Housing Bureau folks, there was confusion about regulations even tonight as to when this would take effect, which I think is evidence of how fast this has been pushed through. FAR today, we've got hundreds of thousands of square feet of FAR. I'll sell it to you all day long at $10 a foot. So, no, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. Next is Vic Remens, Chris Bonner, Jim Winkler. It might be Vic Remmers, in case I misspoke there. And then Chris Bonner, Jim Winkler. Go ahead. Any one of you can get started, thanks.
My name is Vic Remmers. I'm a current Portland resident. I've lived in Portland my whole life, and I'm one of the owners of Everett Custom Homes, and we are a local home builder. We build single-family homes, we build condos, we build mixed-use apartments, 20 to 100-unit apartment buildings. And so as like many developers, I have a lot of concerns with this, with the current proposal. We're a little disappointed with the being a mixed-use type builder, that we weren't really a part of the conversation from the beginning. A lot of these incentives are more driven towards the larger buildings, which have a total different mindset. They get different financing. They're looking for different numbers. The smaller buildings are much more difficult. We don't have the same economy of scales and some of the things that some of the larger buildings you get when you have more units, more things going on. I served on the RIPSAC, which is the thing you heard before, and we worked in that one too with the Portland for Everyone. And so we want to work with you guys like we did in that situation to come up with a program that works. What we're worried about is the program that we have now is going to stop development. It's going to hurt development. And that's not what we want. We want things built, and we need more housing built. I also wanted to point out the parking that came in. I don't want this to be like what the parking requirements has caused, because we build a lot of buildings now that are 30 units because we don't have to put the parking in. Those same buildings would probably have 45 to 50 units each in them that we would be building. So we're already losing a dramatic amount of units on every building because of the parking requirements, and now you're going to add this to it. It's another thing that's really going to be a detriment to the mixed use. And again, they're predicting that to be over 60% of the housing in Portland in the next 20 years. So it's a very big deal. And so I want to make sure that this thing maybe slows down. It needs to be looked at a little bit differently. Maybe there needs to be different incentives.
Thanks, Vic.
And whatnot. Yep.
Appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Chris Bonner, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I am a principal broker with the Hassan Company Realtors. I'm not here as a realtor today because I don't do commercial real estate. I'm here more as a citizen. Been doing real estate for 26 years. You can imagine the change I've seen. I'm here today to enthusiastically support the work of the Portland Housing Bureau's inclusionary housing plan. I have watched like a slow train wreck the disappearance of housing affordable to everyday folk. And as a dues-paying member, I've even seen my own industry actively block measures and methods that would have kept housing affordable to people of various incomes. We are at a critical point right now. We don't have time to wait. The need is urgent, and I applaud the Bureau for moving quickly on this, as this tool has been unavailable to us for 17 years. And I kind of wonder, I totally respect the work that these folks are here doing, analyzing it, but I kind of wonder where they have been. This has been on the table, and like someone said earlier, the Portland has had it as their legislative #1 goal to do this. So these are smart people, they're in this business. Why are we hearing their testimony today for the first time? And I have a question too, why are the analyses so different? I think we can all agree that the market left to its own device has not served the city. So this opportunity to take back control and plan for growth that is equitable and sustainable is very exciting and encouraging to me. I thank you for your work, and I hope you will recommend the adoption of this plan as written.
Thank you, Chris.
I'm Jim Winkler, president of Winkler Development Company. I began my career some 40 years ago building affordable housing. I care deeply about that subject. Of the 11 by 13 projects that were to be preserved, our company did approximately half of the total units. I am philosophically predisposed to support inclusionary housing, and yet I've spent many years studying the literature on inclusionary zoning and concluded, much like Mark Edlin before, that it reduces supply and ultimately translates, and sometimes very rapidly, into significant rent increases. So as I've looked at the measure, I too have applied it to projects we currently have on the board. One of the projects we're working on is in a low-density R1 zone. There is nothing in this proposal that will actually increase density. So we will have a project that, upon completion, using a normal cap rate, is worth less than its cost. It's unlikely that we will build to a loss intentionally. And so I look at the low-density zones and I ask myself, what would I do? If I were a rational individual, I would most likely be inclined to develop McMansions, which would work, and get the exact opposite outcome. So the question I ask myself as we look at the ordinance before us, which I think has been rushed and represents a good idea, but not completely baked yet, is how would I go about it and what questions would I ask? The first one I would ask is who's benefited and who's harmed? And as others have said, I think the owners of existing apartments will benefit significantly by a rent increase level that is much accelerated, significantly higher than it would otherwise have been. Those who win the lottery and receive rent-restricted units will also benefit. But the larger class of those who wish to live in rental housing will be disadvantaged by permanently higher rent levels. And a big winner, as others have said, and as I had predicted, will be the suburbs, Beaverton and Hillsborough. And if you get out to Beaverton and Hillsborough, you will already see what they're building.
Appreciate it. Any questions? Go ahead, Eli.
I think this is a quick one for Jim. For the R1 zone project, I'm not sure you know this, but the IZ provision only counts for buildings, a building with 20 units or more.
I understood that.
Okay, I'm just curious. I thought that maybe people would be unlikely to build a building with 20 units or more in it, in a density that low. I'm just curious whether you have a project where you actually did that.
All right, Eli, the project I'm considering is 65 units. It's across from the Southwest Community Center, Gabriel Park. It's on a little over 1.15 acres. The zoning ordinance, current zoning ordinance under the comprehensive plan would be 1 unit per 1,000 square feet with an amenity bonus provision for an additional 50%, hence the unit count. Under the proposal from the Portland Housing Bureau and Planning, we would see that go to 800 square feet as a maximum density, 800 square feet per unit, but only half of the amenity bonus being usable. So we end up at essentially the same count. As we look at the pro forma, which was originally developed at a 5.53%, it drops down well below 5. So we end up in a position where we couldn't build that project. But it is very possible to build in those zones if we face incentives that are realistic. I'm philosophically disposed to do it. I'd encourage us to have a voluntary program or a prototype program and make sure that we debug it before we permanently escalate the rental rates in this city. They're high enough already. This could only increase them.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify because I wasn't sure if we should be putting much attention to homing in on the multi-dwelling zones because I doubted anyone would ever build a building with 20 plus units in that one building. So I guess I'm hearing from you that you do have such a proposal. You do more than 21 units in a single
And
building.
it has to do with topography. It has to do with a lot of things, but yes.
Thanks.
And, you know, there are buildings like that in the RH zone, more than 20 units getting built.
I know it will come up sometimes. I just, if this were in place, would people just break it into, sorry, I just wondering if this were in place, whether in multi-dwelling zones, people would just dodge it by breaking up the buildings, which you are more likely to be able to do at that lower density than you could in a podium or.
Or the
larger
alternative
scale.
would be, as the speaker said, he stops at 30 because of the parking requirement. Do you get buildings that would have been 30, but they're going to go to 20 to avoid this problem, and we get underbuilt? So it's hard to guess all the unintended consequences.
Any other questions? No, thank you very much, gentlemen. Marty Kehoe, Alan Lazo, Doug Bean. And just to kind of give everybody a heads up, after that will be Matt Goodman, Doug Klotz, and Diane Lynn.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Alan Lazo. I'm the Executive Director of the Fair Housing Council of Oregon. I'm going to go off my script. I handed you my written testimony and another article. I want to start out by reminding you that what we're talking about tonight is not just numbers and affordability, but about an investment to access to opportunity. So I don't want to lose sight of that in all the testimony that you've heard tonight. As an organization that's dedicated to ending housing discrimination, ensuring housing choice for all members of our communities throughout Oregon, we know that inclusionary housing programs, such as the one proposed here in the city of Portland, can promote integrated, mixed income, and inclusive communities. The inclusionary tenets of the Fair Housing Act and its call to affirmatively further fair housing are the foundation of the work we do. And these tenets underlie the principles that must be embodied in the implementation of our city's mandatory inclusionary housing program. Inclusionary housing represents our best opportunity to integrate mixed levels of housing in with the demands of our rapidly developing housing market, and also to provide access to the jobs, schools, amenities, and transportation from which many in our community previously have been segregated, excluded, or displaced. I left you an article about inclusionary zoning and mixed income communities from HUD that I believe further supports my comments today. We also submitted written comments, and there's one specific item of concern that I want to bring forward tonight. We suggest that in the fee in lieu option under the inclusionary housing program, that it should mirror the requirements being proposed for the off-site option. So I want you to look at that. The article I included from HUD when discussing Chicago's mandatory inclusionary housing policy noted that if the goal of an inclusionary program is to create affordable housing in areas of opportunity, and most developers are choosing the in lieu fee option, this suggests that the fee is set too low. Such an alternative also undermines the economic integration goal of IZ policies, and while a strategy of collecting in lieu fees from downtown developers may result in more housing units at alternative sites, it could also perpetuate the concentration of affordable housing in lower income areas with sizable minority populations.
Thank you, Alan.
Oh, you're going to miss my tagline. It's very short.
Quickly finish up.
All right. So I'm going to ask you folks tonight to please keep the inclusion in inclusionary housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Marty Kehoe. I'm the owner of Kehoe Northwest Properties. I've been a home builder in Portland for 25 years. I want my kids to grow up in a town like I grew up in, Portland. I'm a sixth-generation Portlander, and I love this city. But the goal of inclusionary zoning is to increase the supply of affordable housing, and I understand that. Unfortunately, it is the exact opposite of what will happen if this measure is passed. I can cite over a half a dozen potential developments that will not go forward under inclusionary zoning. Currently, we have over 400 units that are in the process of getting entitlements or for planning, and we won't do them because we can't get the financing. They simply will not work. There's a way to fix the affordable housing problem, but it's not with mandates like this. It's with the carrot, not the stick. There are approximately 100,000 apartment units in the city of Portland right now, with 20,000 in the projected pipeline for the next 5 years. Only 10,000 of the pipeline will be a part of the inclusionary zoning over the next 5 years. Of these 10,000, most of them will not be built. If you trim that much money off the income from the units, traditional financing just does not exist. So how many affordable units will actually come to the market over the next 5 years under inclusionary zoning? At the very most, it'll be somewhere between 750 to 1,500. With land costs, bank financing requirements, it's more likely to be less than half of that. It's not even a drop in the bucket. This proposal just doesn't work. Drawing a line in the sand at 20% and saying that that's the number that we're going to have to meet immediately is going to have seriously negative impact on everything that we're trying to do. This measure is just not ready. It doesn't work. It's going to drive up rents. And for me, I own apartments. I'm probably shooting myself in the foot because, as everybody else has said, it's going to increase the rental income for those of us who own apartments. We just finished 125 units in Northwest Portland, and as Mark Edlin said earlier, it wouldn't work if we tried to do it today. It's supply and demand. There will be fewer units built if this measure passes.
Thank you, Marty. Any questions? Go ahead, Gary.
Two questions. What is the fatal flaw that would cause these apartments not to be built, or these units not to be built?
Right now, we've got 3 projects totaling 400 units. The amount of money you have to pay for the land, the cost of construction, we paid $2 million in permit fees and SDCs, and that 6% number, as was stated earlier, is kind of that magic number. And this would drop the income down so that the pro formas just don't work. If you were to phase it in, if there's no way to talk you out of this, and you were going to phase it in, I would recommend a long, slow, 5, 7, 10-year slow phase-in. But let me give you something else if I could. What we've done is we did 125 units in Southeast Portland, and it cost us $125,000 a door to build them. If you eliminate the SDCs and the permit fees, we're down to $105,000 a door. If you expedited the approval process, that knocks another $5,000 off. If you brought in local banks to provide some type of financing and you were to increase the FAR by 20%, we're down, as we've analyzed it, down to about $90,000 a door. And if you were to take the incentives that it takes to create affordable housing as opposed to mandates, we could put together a program for you that would give you more affordable housing in this city in 5 years than you could ever fill up by just doing the incentives. I know there's been public housing projects that have gone up in the last couple of years, affordable ones, and they're at $300,000 a unit, and they're bogged down and bogged down. We built this project in less than a year, and again, lower the SDCs, lower the fees, work with us. Let's do it in a collaborative way. We can do it better than this.
I'm sorry.
Jeff, go
One
ahead.
quick question. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry, Gary.
Oh, go
a
ahead,
second
Gary, and then
question is, can you talk a little bit more about the evidence behind the effectiveness of inclusionary zoning to improve economic integration?
Well, I think it's just intuitive that if we're going to require these affordable units to be built with market rate, and that's really the point of this discussion, that the ultimate goal is to bring mixed income communities together. And so, I mean, I'm not even speaking about the economics of it. If ultimately that's the goal, then that's how this is our best tool to accomplish that. And what we do know scientifically is that kids do better in school. The quicker they can move out of high poverty areas into low poverty areas, the quicker we do that, the better off they are. And that's true for all families.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Marty, quick question. You rattled off some incentives that would help you get the price per door down, blah, blah, blah. And you mentioned some help from the local lenders. Does that require some participation from local lenders to make?
No, when you typically go and you build a $10 million project, the banks will finance 65 or 70% of it, so $7 million. You've got to come up with $3 million. And typically, you don't have to provide a personal guarantee on the A note, the 70%, but you would on the B note, the mezzanine lender or the equity lender. If we were to work together in an environment where we would bring in these 7, 8, 9, 10 bank presidents, regional presidents that have a high degree of civic responsibility and obligation, they could loan up to 95%, and they'd be still very, very safe. And we could do that, and that way you'd have qualified developers who have the resources and the track record to build affordable housing, lock down the rental rates for 15, 20 years or however long you want, and you'd have really good, solid projects being built because you'd eliminate a lot of the risk for the developer, but he'd still have a lot of skin in the game. But it's one of about 7 or 8 things you could do, which makes inclusionary zoning not needed. It just needs to be done collaboratively.
Thank you.
So just, Doug Bean, did you hear me call your name? Have you left? Looks like it. If not, so Matt Goodman, Doug Klotz, Diane Lynn.
Good evening. My name is Matt Goodman, and I work at Downtown Development Group, a local family-owned real estate company. I believe there is a major difference between passing affordable housing policy and passing effective affordable housing policy. My opinion is that this issue is way too important to get wrong. Successful inclusionary zoning policies tend to have 2 things in common. First, they took considerable time and consensus building to create. And second, their success lies in the thoughtfulness of their details. And I'm afraid such detail is lacking in our current proposal. For example, the largest expense in an apartment building is property taxes. If I built an apartment building today, I'd have certainty regarding my taxes. I'd know my assessed value, and law prohibits my taxes from increasing more than 3% annually. But what about with inclusionary zoning as proposed today? The answer is, we don't know. After the proposed 10-year tax abatement ends, my assessed value is unknown, and that's a major problem. A substandard policy could have irreversible consequences. As a downtown landowner, I only get one bite at the apple when it comes to developing a site. So what happens if Portland implements a slipshod inclusionary zoning policy? I might opt to build an office building instead. Better returns, less red tape, way fewer unknowns. And I believe that would be devastating for our city. In conclusion, I recognize the impulse to pass inclusionary zoning policy as quickly as possible. But bad politics can't get in the way of good policy, especially when the stakes are this high. We can do better. And the livelihoods of thousands of Portlanders and their families depend on it. I urge you to support and ultimately pass inclusionary zoning, but not until it's the thoughtful and effective policy that Portlanders deserve. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Doug Klotz. I'm very concerned that the current package will significantly slow building in mixed-use zones. 50% of our new housing is supposed to be in centers and corridors, and we may be getting very little of that. I would support the proposal if, first, we remove all parking requirements in mixed-use zones, as Vic Remmers so clearly pointed out the effect of those requirements. And second, then take up the difference in the direct subsidy that we just learned about today with no figures. So we adjust the subsidy so the program will work. One point I would add, just to build more supply, because that's part of affordability, even though it's not necessarily, in these parameters. There's a lot of small lot development coming down the pipeline in the outer neighborhood, in our inner neighborhoods, on 5,000, 7,000 square foot lots. But and they're 19 to 20 units. They might fall underneath the cap. So if we were to, and then these people are probably not going to want to do the voluntary affordable housing for like 2 units because of the administrative costs. So I would say if we could raise the base FAR in CM2, for instance, for 7,000 or smaller lots from 2.5 to 1 to 3.5 to 1, just so we'll get some units, the amount of units we're getting now in those lots, because they're not likely going to do affordable. But in general, we need to get this affordable package to work, and that's a couple of suggestions.
Thank you, Doug.
Good evening. My name is Diane Lynn. I'm Executive Director of Proud Ground. You guys are in a very tough position, as will City Council be, to balance all of these issues and take in all the input and come up with the very, very best public policy. I'm here tonight to tell you how hard it is to create affordable home ownership opportunities for working families in this state with the barriers that have been put in front of us for many, many years. We've lost ground, and we need to step up to really gain more ground going forward. Let me remind you all that 60% of the jobs created in the state of Oregon in the last several years have been at 60% of median income. Workforce housing is at that level. We have to consider what it's going to take to get housing available to families that are raising kids that are trying to live in this city that we all love so much. This proposal, we believe, having worked in the coalition with all the organizations you've heard from tonight, and having had barriers put before us even coming out of the legislative session, is a really strong start. We're feeling that it's very important for you all to consider standing firm. This isn't easy public policy, and we do need to work out some very fine details about it, but we must do something, and we must do something soon. Very vulnerable people are being affected every day by this. People, I know investors have to make tough decisions, and that's important to consider too, but consider the families that have to live every day using 50% or more of their income to just live in the city of Portland. So I'll leave you with the thought that Portland can do this. It's being used all across the country in 300 jurisdictions. We can learn from other places, as Kurt Krager said. Make it right, do it right, but move forward, no delays. Let's get it done and get it done soon.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Eli has a question.
Sorry. Diane, because you work on the home ownership front, have you seen recommendations for how this would apply for home ownership projects?
I think we do have to get down to the details around how the fee in lieu of would work and hitting the sweet point on that, and also condo projects that could very well work. And my colleagues across the country have been party to creating hundreds of units of affordable home ownership in condo projects.
Can you mention a couple of cities that you think have a template we should be looking at? 'Cause I'm not familiar. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm on the board of Grounded Solutions Network. We have a resident expert in the field. We've had a few people in Portland involved in that. Chapel Hill, there's other places. I think Cambridge, I've seen presentations. I know those are different kinds of communities. They're working hard, and they've made it work. We can provide you with a list of jurisdictions and show how they reached that calibration.
I'm really looking for a list that's a helpful template, because a lot of cities have programs that are so different than what we're being proposed, it's just not an apples to apples comparison.
Let us get back to you about that, Jeff,
that'd be great,
and
because
find
I keep
some
hearing that.
comparable
Don't mean to pick on you, Diane,
jurisdictions.
but
Not a
somebody
problem.
needs to provide a true, an apple to apple. Here's an IZ program that's sort of like Portland's, and it's working.
Happy to do that.
That'd be great, thanks.
You bet.
Thank you very much. Next is Amanda.
Renarez, she left, but you have her testimony in front of you.
Thank you. So Cassidy Bolger, Northeast Coalition of Neighborhoods, looks like Jessica Rojas, and John Mulvey. Go ahead. Any one of you can start.
I'll start. My name is Cassidy Bolger, and I am with Portland Lloyd Center Community. We are currently developing in 2 phases over 1,000 units of apartments in the Lloyd District. Our phase 1 is going to break ground in January with 688 units at the northeast corner, at the corner of Northeast 13th and Multnomah. As a Portland native, I'm excited by all the changes that have been happening in the Lloyd that are bringing housing to an area where investments in civic infrastructure have been being made since the MAX came in 1986. This is due to the fact that recently Portland has drawn more interest from investors, and now the private sector is able to play their role in revitalizing that part of the central city. It would be extremely unfortunate if the progress being made here and in other areas of the city were to be slowed or halted by an ill-conceived inclusionary housing policy. The goal of an IH policy should be the creation of affordable housing in addition to increasing the overall supply of the housing we desperately need. The PHB's IH proposal does not yet achieve that goal. When I overlay Locus's estimated 33 to 47 basis point hit on top of the new 1% construction excise tax on our project, Portland starts to no longer look like an attractive market for the kind of investments we are making right now. I don't want to go into all the details, which was the next thing I was going to say, because you've heard them. I'm also a member of Locus and support the detailed recommendations they gave. But what I want to say is Portland needs more housing, and we need more affordable housing. If we can start with a carefully considered IH policy that ramps up over time and does not stifle development, we have a chance. Nobody's against the goal of providing affordable housing, but I think it's a false goal to think if we can get 80-20 or if we can get 10-60 in the planning code, then we're going to get the units. Because if we don't build, we won't get any units. Also on the timing, I want to say that while we have known this is coming down the pike since spring, we haven't known what it's going to be, because the devil is in the details of what the offsets are to the percentage of units you need to provide. And so that came out first, I think, a month or 2 ago, and so that's why we're all trying to figure out what's going on. So it has been very fast. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassidy.
Commissioners, my name is John Mulvey. I have lived in Portland for 26 years. I've spent the last year of that time being homeless, living on the streets of the city. I'm a member of the East Portland Action Plan Housing Committee, and we've been strong advocates for inclusionary zoning among a whole other package of anti-displacement and housing programs and proposals. We appreciate the work that you all are doing and digging into this issue. We've been tracking this issue for a long time. We advocated in the state legislature. And I just want to make a couple of quick points about some of the testimony I've heard so far. One of them is, one of the members of Locus talked about taking a measured approach initially. Well, as someone who was part of the advocacy team in getting the bill through the legislature that allowed us to even be considering this, you should know that many of the same people who have been testifying about their concerns were active in ensuring that the bill that got through the legislature included a whole lot of restrictions. We were not given free rein to develop any sort of program we wished. There were a lot of limitations, and in fact, as an East Portland representative, the bill as constituted probably will be pretty meaningless in East Portland. So the measured aspect of this has already been baked in, and that's why we've been strong advocates of getting the city to go to the full maximum that the state law allows, because that is really essential to achieving the goals that the program sets out in the first place. I also want to resist the idea of ramping up this program over 5, 7, or even 10 years, as I heard earlier. This is a crisis. Please treat it like a crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Rojas, and I'm here on behalf of the Northeast Coalition of Neighborhoods. As many of you know, our neighborhoods in Northeast Portland are some of the most gentrified in the city. I grew up there in Northeast Portland since '78. I work for this coalition, and I work for neighborhoods I can no longer afford to live in. And as you know, we have over 400,000 people anticipated to move here in the next 20 years. And as more people move here, these neighborhoods will be increasingly more out of reach. But we have the tools to fight displacement, one of them being this inclusionary zoning. And so I just want to focus on some of the facts. The new rental housing units have focused on the luxury market, and which excludes most people of Portland. For sale unit prices have increased by 40% from the lowest point in 2011. And some Portland currently has a shortage of 24,000 units for low and moderate households. As you heard, IZ was negotiated at the state level in 2015 with heavy influence from developers. And a 20% inclusion rate was a compromise, and we should not stray from that. And while we're trying to build our way out of this deficit of housing, developers are proposing that we reduce by 25% the number of affordable housing units. But we know from economic analysis that developers can still make money with the PHP policy. One study in 2010 found that there was no impact on the rate of overall production as a result of building inclusionary housing. So we have 16,000 units in the permitting queue right now with no affordability requirement. And those units will only increase upward pressure on prices, exacerbating the existing housing crisis. So we feel that the inclusionary housing offers Portland an opportunity to embrace our growing city. And we just want you guys to support what's already been vetted at the state level. Thank you.
Go ahead, Maggie.
Thank you. Cassidy, what is the rent you're charging in the Lloyd district, and do you consider that affordable to Portlanders?
Our product is not built yet, and we're going to be charging market rate rents. I don't know that I'm in a position to be able to make a blanket statement about what's affordable.
So have you made any attempt to look at how to incentivize and put in affordable units into any of those 1,000 units?
I looked into the multi-program. Commissioner Saltzman reached out to me when we first started work, and upon our analysis, it wasn't of interest to us for financial reasons.
Okay. And so in terms of your role on Locus, so it would be you and Locus, are you guys expecting a one-to-one offset?
You know, I think Noel addressed that early in his testimony that the proposal you have before you assumes, I think it's a 10 or 20 basis point hit. You know, I think the development community is willing to do our part to try to solve this problem, which is a Portland problem. It's a West Coast problem. It's a problem with the growth right now in our economy after a great recession. And when you layer that on top of how we didn't build housing for a long time, we have this huge glut and a huge demand. So there's basic economic forces at work here that we're willing to step up and try to contribute to a solution. But just because we're building them doesn't mean we're the only way to get it accomplished.
Thank you.
I have a question for you on that kind of follow-up. Is there an incentive package, especially as a follow-up to looking at how many projects are already in for pre-vesting or in the pipeline for permitting that are going to get built and not have any affordable housing necessarily included? Some of them will, but let's say a big majority of them don't. Is there an incentive, like voluntary incentive package, that would get you to reconsider to include affordable housings within your project?
You know, I don't know that I have the answer to that sort of financial analysis. I mean, a full property tax abatement on all the units, from the numbers I've seen in the crunching we've been doing with Locust, seems to work really well. But I think it's got to be the offsets of taxes and costs of development through SDCs and permit fees.
And so I guess maybe I'll add philosophically, if there was an incentive proposal, if there was an incentive package out there, would you voluntarily include affordable units within your project?
Would I personally?
Correct.
Yes.
Thanks.
May I respond to that?
Sure, sure.
The panel of experts talked in detail about the incentive packages, and I just want you to, before you go through the door of embracing a full property tax abatement for these properties, I think you need to look at what the cost would be to this city's budget and consider what the response of this community would be to tens of millions of dollars in additional subsidies towards the wealthiest property owners in this city. This community will not stand for that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Jordan Bass, Brad Schnell, Tom DeChara. After that, we'll have Scott Kevins, maybe? You're going to have to help me out there, Scott. Ed McCoy and Renner Daniels.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Jordan Bass, and I'm here on behalf of Urban Development Partners and panel of experts member Eric Kress. Eric regrets that he's traveling today and couldn't attend, so I'm here on his behalf. A study financed by PHB shows that the current proposal will reduce investment returns in some mixed-use properties by at least 2%. 2% seems like a small number, and some have asked how that could possibly make a difference to investors. Endowments and state pensions plans are some of the major investors in apartment property. They use the returns from these investments to fund their obligations, which are teacher, police, and emergency workers, and other retirement accounts. Between 1970 and 2015, Oregon's PERS has earned an average rate of return of around 10%. As we well know, they've accumulated a significant shortfall, which hangs as a dark cloud over Oregon's finances. You can imagine the pressure that PERS investment managers are under to maximize their adjusted returns when public employees' retirements and state fiscal viability is at stake. So what does 2% total difference return mean to PERS? It's about $1.5 billion per year. That's a big number for a state like Oregon. You can bet that their managers are committed to the stakeholders and public employees. If they're able to make up that 2% difference by investing in housing in other markets such as Denver or Austin, that's a high probability that that money will go elsewhere. By itself, 2% seems like a small number, but as a portion of the total 10% return, it meant that, that your entire pension fund obligation is not met. Having our own public retirement funds help us build our housing infrastructure is a very desirable outcome, and we want to see it go that way.
Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tom DeChara, Principal with Cairn Pacific. We're a Portland-based development company. I've been in the business building housing of all scales for the last 20 years or so. The challenge of providing more affordable housing in Portland requires bold thinking and aggressive action. We need a program that leverages the private sector and energizes it at a citywide scale. We need a program that is seamless and efficient, that doesn't impede housing development, and one that results in making it common practice to include affordable units in every project that gets built in town. But the proposed IZ policy before us today is not that program. Far from it. It is punitive. The offsets proposed are insufficient. The impact on yield far too significant. Development is a margin business, and the policy as proposed will squeeze already thin margins on new projects to a point we won't be able to attract capital. It will stop projects from moving forward, constraining supply, and making the affordability problem even worse. So we need to get the policy right. We need to make it cost and yield neutral and allow the market to deliver a robust, sustained supply of affordable and market rate housing year in and year out. Developers are a key player in the affordable housing solution. We are not the enemy. Give us the tools and we'll make it happen. If we do this right, we can look back 10 years from now and say we really made a difference. Let's not look back in 10 years and ask why so little housing got built and lament how much worse the affordability problem became because we got the policy wrong. I have a couple bullet points here I'll leave for the record. I think they've been reflected by other testimony, particularly Mark Eden and Jim Winkler. My analysis of current deals that I have underway and have completed is the same as theirs. Most of the projects wouldn't have moved forward under the current policy, and I hope we can recalibrate it such that we can actually deliver the housing everybody wants to see. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tom.
My name is Brad Schnell, and I grew up here, raised my children here, and they're off in college, and hopefully they'll be following in my footsteps, developing property in the future. In its current form, the inclusionary zoning policy proposal, it's not going to have the desired outcome, and it will actually negatively impact development in Portland when demand is expected to increase at least the same rate that it has over the last several years. I'm currently underwriting a project that's 245 units, and I'm trying to figure out a way, because I know inclusionary zoning is on its way in, I'm trying to figure out a way to make that deal work under the current policy as it's set forth. Without inclusionary zoning, the yield on costs, the untrended yield on cost is about 6%, just a hair under that. But with the inclusionary zoning as it's set forth now, it's barely over 5%. And what that results in is makes the deal unfinanceable, and we can't attract investors to those deals. And if we can't get those deals done, we're going to be forced to look outside. They've mentioned Beaverton, Hillsborough, Wilsonville, other areas where development would be more feasible, where we don't have a construction excise tax and inclusionary zoning. If you just systematically think about the repercussions of it, it's going to significantly slow development and create higher demand, increase rents in downtown, creating a larger delta of affordability. We need to make a measured and thoughtful approach to this big problem. We all want to be part of the solution, but I think in its current form, it's punitive, and we need to, as it was mentioned earlier, there needs to be a greater menu of incentives to actually give us the tools to make it happen. Whether it's waiver of the CET, SDCs, a faster or expedited approval process that's less cumbersome, tax abatement that's longer than 10 years. Right now, I think the policy asks for a 99-year commitment on the.
Thank you, Brad.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Questions? Go ahead, Andre.
I didn't catch your name. That was about the PERS. So do you represent PERS?
We look at that as a source for investment in our,
Okay.
in our project. With that similar sort of investment.
Okay. So your contention with PERS is they would not invest in a project with
Yeah,
inclusionary zoning?
it simply wouldn't work. When we run it with these similar models on our similar projects, like I say, we see a 2% difference, and 2% is big
Yeah.
to an investment model such as PERS, and they have a choice. They could look at other municipalities to invest, and probably would.
Okay. I guess, and I would, the Public Employees Union supported the inclusionary zoning at the legislature and sent a letter of support here, so it's their pension. I'm trying to understand why they would be in support, but you're saying they won't invest, so.
Well, what we're looking at is what it would mean to them in compared to real projects as we run it in a model.
Oh, okay.
And what we see is a 2% difference, and when we run it against their historical investment, like I say, it's about a $2.5 billion difference, so I don't know, you can probably.
I would just add that they and any pension advisor is not going to make a bad investment because it has inclusionary zoning in it. They're going to chase yield just like any investor. They're going to look where the yield is the best and the risk-adjusted basis. That's what it will come down to at the end of the day.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, Scott Cooney, I'm going to try again, maybe. Awesome. Ed McCoy and Brenner Daniels.
Good evening, Commission. I'm Ed McCoy with Fairfield Residential. Thank you for having us here tonight to provide testimony. I'm going to focus on the vesting. I do appreciate that staff handed out the FAQs. I'm looking for a little more clarification on this. I understand that applications for land use review have to be deemed complete, but you also have a 180-day period to make that application complete after you've submitted. I'm more concerned about the actual building permit applications. There's the FAQ here says that you need to file an application that is deemed complete based on BDS determination, whether the proposal conforms to the applicable land use regulations or development standards. My concern is that there's going to be probably a surge of applications going in ahead of the effective date, and it could be overwhelming to staff to get through all of these applications. So you submit your plans, and then you find out 30 days later that you've missed something. There's nothing in here that says you have the opportunity to make that complete before the effective date. So what I would suggest is further clarification that if we've submitted our plans and our application in advance of the effective date, that there's also some kind of a tolling for the building permit applications to allow us to get those plans complete, just as the development review applications are. And I hope I'm clear, it's a little late, but that's my concern, is that we really need to make sure there's assurance for those who are submitting building plans, because they're much more intense and much more comprehensive with structural and MEPs than what just a development review application would be. Thank you.
I'm going to quickly just jump in. You were clear, and I see BDS staff nodding back there, so I think they'll come find you and help explain it.
Good evening, Scott Cuny, Mainland Northwest. I'm a recent graduate from Portland State University, a millennial, and an up-and-coming real estate development professional. I work for Mainland Northwest in Portland building apartments. The reason for my testimony this evening is threefold. First and foremost, my career, housing, and then Portland as a whole. As currently proposed, inclusionary housing has the potential to affect the entire development and construction industries and the people which they employ, such as myself. Housing. I volunteer on two fronts with the homeless, Transition Projects and PAIR. I see and hear firsthand from these efforts, as well as witness on the streets, as much as you hear, the effects of homelessness. As proposed, the inclusionary housing policy will increase costs, increase operations management, and compliance, to name a few. For example, a property tax abatement for 10 years does not offset the 99 years that a unit would need to remain affordable and have to pay those operations costs. In adopting an inclusionary housing policy, the goal should be building more affordable housing and building the overall housing supply needed to meet growth and demand, or growth demand. It's not either or, we need to do both. Portland. Studies have shown that positive gains are made when monies are spent to place people living on the streets into housing. Operational costs for the city decrease as there are fewer police needs, lower medical needs, and less maintenance needs. Less money spent in these buckets frees money for other opportunities, such as fixing streets and potholes or better funding our schools. In closing, as currently proposed, inclusionary housing has the potential to diminish housing development. Portland needs more housing, especially affordable housing, and starting with a measured inclusionary housing policy that ramps up over time can get us there. Some possible solutions you've already heard this evening: a slow ramp-up period, a moderate fee in lieu. Thank you for your time and listening to my testimony.
Thank you, Scott. Brenner?
Good evening. Good evening, Commissioners. Brenner Daniels, Development Director for Holland Development. Really, the two goals in implementing a successful inclusionary housing policy would be to not only increase affordable housing, but increase housing as a whole. It's not an either or. We really need to do both to make sure that this is successful. The current PHB inclusionary housing proposal does not meet the goals of those two outlines of a successful IH policy right now. Holland has 3 developments we anticipate breaking ground on in 2017. All 3 of those developments have been approved in the multi-program at 80% MFI. Under the current proposal by PHB, these developments would not be viable, thereby eliminating 550 market rate, 550 total units and up to 110 affordable units at 80% MFI. So we really need to start with an IH policy which is measured and thoughtful. I know a lot of people have talked about this already, but some of the things have been talked about are the ramp up, potentially looking at only 15% of the units affordable to 80% MFI, providing a reasonable option for off-site development, including a moderate fee in lieu while the ramp-up period is taking place, as well as including code language in Senate Bill 1533, which would suspend inclusion requirement if offsets and incentives are not available. In closing, Portland needs more housing, especially affordable housing, and starting with a thoughtful and measured IH policy will get us there. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenner. Chris?
Brennan, your firm is associated with Locust, right?
We have members that are on the Locust panel, correct.
So Locust testified that be willing to take a hit of, I think, a few tens of basis points. Is that right?
Yes, 10 to 20.
Right, okay. Who would actually bear that? Would that be borne by the developer, by the investors? How would that get spread out?
Well, it would certainly be looked at by everybody, us as the developer, us as a potential equity partner, and it would be a deterrent for a financial partner, an equity partner to actually invest in the deal.
But the testimony was that that could be absorbed and development would continue, right?
That is
just
correct.
So you're saying it would be a mix of you and the other equity partners that would take the hit? Okay,
correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have a quick question. So on the multi-program, is the tax abatement on the projects you're looking at today on all the units or just the units that are affordable?
It's on all of the units,
The way
market
it's
rate and
structured
affordable.
today? And then, do you know, have they reached the maximum potential this year for the multi-program? Like, is there still capacity within
I
it?
think there's still capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, Eli, go ahead.
We heard a comment previously about the unpredictability of what property taxes would be when they do kick in. Do you have that issue or concern with the current program or with the proposed program? Or
I
should refresh? One of the
believe
concerns
that-
brought by a previous testifier was that one of the big risks of the system is you don't know what the property taxes will be at year 10 when they kick in. Is that a concern for your developments?
My understanding is the taxes would be assessed as they would normally, and then they would be abated, correct?
Maybe I'm looking to staff.
I mean, that's my understanding. Somebody from Multnomah County would probably need to weigh in, but I would assume the taxes would be assessed by a change property ratio and then a millage rate, and they would be allowed to increase the maximum 3% per year, and then in year 10, when they're implemented, they would be what they were.
That's what I thought too, but I heard.
We'll let staff make sure they clarify that too. Thank you.
The concern might have been, Eli, that you lose your tax abatement, but you have to maintain affordability. Under multi, the affordability requirement goes away after 10 years. I
That's
believe.
right. It goes away after 10 years, and you can also pay, you can buy out of the program as well during the 10-year period.
Michelle?
So Holland had a big project out in Hillsborough that used a tax credit type system, correct?
That's correct. The vertical housing tax exemption,
Okay.
which is an Oregon Housing Community Services program.
So would that be helpful here, or is it already incorporated?
It depends what the incentives are. If there's 100% tax abatement, then that program allows up to 80% of the improvements to be abated. So if one of the incentives was 100% tax abatement, then that would not be a benefit.
But if it's not, I'm just wondering if there's a way to add that in somehow, or you're saying it's completely separate, as another way to get to affordability, to make it pencil out. Is there any, do you see any potential there?
It depends what the real estate tax abatement is.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Vicky Skrina, Joe Courtwright, and Mark Desbro. And if there's a Vicky here, it's probably you. Go ahead, gentlemen.
My name's Mark Desbro, principal at Greenlight Development. I've been developing housing in Portland for about 12 years. I started as an analyst working for a large commercial real estate company. And then after the recession, I started my own small development company called Greenlight Development. We have worked on about 700 units since the recession, or since the turn, right? And we have about a 400 unit pipeline, mostly all close in East Side. 46 units on, we have a 46 unit project and a 65 unit project on Belmont. We worked on D Street Village, if you can imagine that. So some of these like infill, 50 unit projects. I come at it with experience on underwriting the larger kind of institutional size projects and also doing smaller ones for our own account. And I can say with confidence that the testimony I've heard from Jim Winkler, Mark Edlin, and the Locust Group, their underwriting is about what we're experiencing too. And so personally, as it sits, we have about a 400-unit pipeline right now, just what we're doing, either under construction or we're about to launch. And we're just stopped. We're not doing anything. There's no way. I mean, unless we kind of like jump through a hoop and make it through this thing and get an application or permit in, we're going. But if not, and we pretty much hit the timeout. We're done. And I don't see a window for us to re-enter into the marketplace for a long time until rents get up to $4, which is kind of a weird way to develop. I'm kind of, and part of me is like a little bit okay with it because we already have a nice pipeline, and over time the rents are going to go up, but it feels a little bit weird, right? Because we want to be doing more projects. We've looked at the multi-program, and there's two changes that the multi-program made that made it an investment that we would have gone forward with, but there are recent changes. One is that they had a rolling admission date for it. So prior, you had to like commit to doing the multi-program before you even knew you had a project, or then miss out for a year. So they changed that, which is great. And the other one was, which they changed, was they had a cap on your return after 10 years. So they had this IRR cap. They removed the IRR cap. So when they did those two things, the multi-program started to make sense.
But Mark, that's 2 minutes.
Oh, sorry.
Could you summarize?
Well, I guess I've sat here and I've heard a lot, and there's been a lot of good questions. And I just want to stand behind what Jim Winkler, Mark Edlin, and the Locust Group said. I'm happy to answer further questions.
Thank you, Mark.
Hi, I'm Joe Courtwright. I'm an economist here in Portland. I run City Observatory, which is a think tank on urban policy. We focus on a lot of the issues that you're concerned with, including especially housing affordability. We've looked in detail at the record of inclusionary zoning around the country. I'd like to make 6 points. Number one, inclusionary zoning does not work. It does not have the effect of lowering housing prices. It is a token program that has produced no more than about 100 units per year in the cities in which it's been tried. Second, what's proposed is going to create a huge chilling effect on investment. You've heard a lot of conflicting ideas and thoughts about what the burden of this is likely to be. It's very likely that for a year or more, you'll simply see no development as people wait to see what the costs of this are. And that poses some real expensive costs to the city and a serious disruption to the housing supply. Third, if I were on the Planning and Sustainability Commission, I would be deeply concerned by the point made by Eco Northwest, that the incentives in this inclusionary zoning program encourage people to underbuild. And from the city's standpoint, where we're trying to get more density in certain neighborhoods through multi-use and in downtown, and where we've made huge investments in transit, we blow a one-time opportunity to get the kind of density that we want, and we undercut critical public policy objectives and undercut investments. Fourth, you're not dealing with the real problem. These people who build housing are not the cause of this problem. The problem is a huge demand for urban living that we haven't anticipated. And anything that you do to restrict supply in the face of this overwhelming demand is simply going to cause prices to rise. This promises to be a hugely counterproductive step if you care at all about housing affordability. Fifth, time is absolutely critical here. Housing markets are not regular and even. They go through boom and bust cycles. If you want to build up supply, you have to do it when the market is hot. If you miss the window that we're in now, if you screw it up for a couple of years, you don't necessarily get it back, and you permanently lost the units that would be built during that period of time. Sixth and finally, you've got to do something if you go ahead with this, which I think is a bad idea, you need to build in a ramp-up period and very slow and good opportunities for people to bypass the system to avoid the negative costs and the negative incentives for investment.
That's 2 minutes. Thank you, Joe.
Sure.
Questions? Looks Chris and then Jeff.
So Joe, we're trying to mix social justice with housing economics, which I'm learning is a dangerous brew. Yeah, I guess what's making me depressed through this hearing is essentially getting the message that the national and global investors that are basically financing all the housing in Portland and the property owners who are sitting on the land are either going to be made whole or they're going to sit on their assets or go somewhere else. The land obviously won't go somewhere else, but the landowners will wait it out. So is there a program that an economist could endorse that would help share the burdens for producing housing for, a good portion of Portland citizens that would basically drag those people to the table and make them share part of the burden?
Well, yeah, there are several things that you've got to do. You've got to encourage people to build. The thing that's going to affect affordability most is more supply. And the scariest thing I've heard is that you're going to have hundreds and thousands of fewer units built. And the net effect of that is going to make the affordability problem worse for everybody. And in exchange, you'll get a token of a few hundred inclusionary units that you can say, here, I'm helping these few people, while you drive up rents for literally everyone else. Now, there are things you can do. The housing bond measure makes some sense. We should invest in that. We're using TIF money to pay for affordable housing. And our TIF program in the Pearl District has produced about 2,300 units of affordable housing, which is nearly as much as New York has produced with its inclusionary zoning program in a decade in the 5 boroughs of New York in the biggest real estate market in North America. So yeah, there are other things that you can do. Don't be conned into believing that inclusionary zoning is somehow going to help much, because it isn't. It's not big enough.
And where would you put the construction excise tax in that mix?
Well, I think any general tax. Why are we picking on housing? I mean, the notion that somehow you're going to put that on. You could do a real estate transfer tax, a stamp tax, like they do in other places. You could do a real estate appreciation tax, or any kind of a general tax. But the idea that somehow you can figure out a way to find a less favored group that you can impose this cost on, I think your key point is, one, people have choices. They can invest in other places. They can develop their property in other ways. They can use it for other purposes.
Thank you.
Jeff and then Gary.
And you've probably already spoken to this, but I'll ask it again, because one thing we keep hearing is there's 300 jurisdictions. We've learned from them. Can you, giving the benefit of the doubt to that perspective, are there any successes that we could look to, or is it just so sui generis to each city, or where's this gap between what I know I've read on your...
Again, this is something that we've studied very carefully at City Observatory, and we think affordability is a real issue. And there are a number of cities who do have IZ programs, but they produce, particularly for large cities, very small numbers. So Boston's had a program for 15 years that's produced 1,000 units. Chicago has had a program for 12 years that's produced 740 units. DC, 9 years, 80 units. Denver, 13 years, 77 units. San Francisco, 13 years, 1,500 units. Seattle, 14 years, 56 units. And everybody says, oh, Montgomery County, they're really wonderful. Their program output has fallen by about half in the last decade, and it's about 250 units a year. That's the biggest one in the country. Those are not numbers that are going to make a difference, even if we could replicate them in Portland, to our housing affordability problem.
I think, Gary, you're next, and then Andre.
Yeah, Bill, can you talk a little bit about how a ramping up program would work and why it would work?
Yes, Commissioner Oxman. So basically what I would do is, the big problem here that you have, particularly in the early phases of implementation, is uncertainty about what costs this imposes on people. And some of them are purely financial costs. We don't know how much it'll cost to comply. Some of it is just the regulatory process. You'll have to negotiate these deals and decide what requirements exactly apply to any individual deal. And that time cost actually adds cost as well, and that's going to dissuade investment. So the solution for that, or the way to ameliorate that, is to give people some certainty that says, it's so much per unit to opt out if I don't want to go through that process. So that way people have some way to benchmark and know what their maximum liability is for complying. Now again, I suggest that only as a stopgap, because I would urge you not to go ahead with this, but I would, particularly in the early years of the program, make it relatively easy for people to opt out of the program and then escalate it over time. And that has some valuable incentive effects too, if you think this works.
Thank you. So Locus gave us a proposal that said with 15% that they felt it would work. So you're saying, no, this doesn't work. So I'm...
Well, first, Commissioner Baugh, I haven't had a chance to look at the Locus numbers, so and I'm a numbers guy, and so I would defer until after I've had a chance to look at them to respond to
Okay.
that. But I guess what I would say is they may be looking at it from the standpoint of their individual projects and their ability to move forward. But I think the two concerns that I have are, one, this chilling effect, that you're going to create this hiatus for a period of time. And second, there'll be some developers who will simply give up or go somewhere else. And while that may not be a problem for the people who go ahead, in fact, the people who manage to stay in the game will make more money because rents will be higher. But from the standpoint of public policy objectives and expanding supply and really addressing the affordability problem, in my opinion, it's worse. So yeah, there's probably this slope where, depending on how tough you set the requirements, different numbers of people drop out. And the ones who stay in the game will make some money, but it will be at a higher level of rents.
Okay, thanks.
Maggie?
So regardless if this IZ policy goes through as is, can we count on you to go to Salem and fight for a real estate transfer tax and enlist others to do so? Are you committing to that?
It's in the Constitution. Okay, I think
I know, are you committing to do that and helping us?
Well, I'd invite you to visit our site at City Observatory, because we talk about housing affordability policies and the broader set of policies that we need to deal with. And in this country, we spend $250 billion a year at the federal level on subsidies for home ownership that chiefly go to higher income people. And yeah, absolutely. And we have advocated for broad changes to housing affordability. We think, only about 20% of the people who qualify for Section 8 support in this country get any support. So 80% of the people who we know have need don't get anything. There's a huge imbalance in the way that we pay for housing. And I'd absolutely support a real
See you
estate
in
transfer
Salem.
tax.
Any other questions? Thank you, gentlemen. Is there anyone here tonight that was still remaining that would like to testify? I'm not seeing anybody jump up, so with that, oral testimony is closed. We will accept written testimony until this Friday, the 28th at 5 p.m. So if we could have staff come back. So commissioners, fellow commissioners, I guess goal for tonight wrapping this up would be, could we put together your thoughts on a series of questions to have staff work on for us before we go on to work session? And then, of course, in work session, we have lots of time to deliberate and discuss and try to figure out where we all stand.
Quick editorial comment. If you don't get Joe's City Observatory, I know it shows up in my email every Friday, and it's always worth a few minutes to look at for any of you who are on the list. I'm sure you can find it. Just go to City Observatory. It's really well worth it for people in our
So
position.
why don't you send the link to Julie, and she can maybe send it to all of us. How about that? So I'd like to suggest perhaps we just go around the horn with kind of our list of questions, and we'll start with Mike, because he seemed to be smiling. Not sure why.
Well, I think I'm in Chris's camp. I'm kind of stunned at the onslaught of opposition to this. And I have a lot of respect for people like Joe and others, and I don't know quite what to say, to be honest.
Okay, thank you.
So also stunned and also a little concerned about the comment we heard early on that part of the pressure on the timeline here was, well, if we don't do something by February 1, then we won't get our rental protections through the legislature, and just concerned that we're going to do the wrong thing because we feel a pressure to move fast. And so I am concerned about that. So I think we just are going to have a lot of deep discussion about this. Not wanting you to do any research, but if you guys already have anything on sort of the legislative history, we were hearing that the bargain had already been made. I would sort of guess that when the percentages came out of Salem, there was this underlying assumption, well, that assumes that the incentives work. But if there's more you know about how they got to those numbers without doing additional research, I'd be curious.
So a few questions. One is I'd like to see some kind of comparison between the model the Housing Bureau has been using and the model that that Locus is using, so that give me some tool to compare and assess, what each of those is really telling me, so I can make a reasonable judgment about them. I'd be interested in a view on what the uncertainty premium is that we're paying that's been suggested, that just, introducing a program will create at least delay in the market, and do we have an estimate of the impact of that in terms of units or some other measure, and suggestions on how to mitigate that. So, if it's real, how big is it, and what can we do to make it better? I think Joe's suggestion of a much clearer in lieu of fee, so you can, basically not take time to think about it, just write the check and keep your project moving. I'd be interested in a perspective on how that would work. I think I'll stop there for now.
I'm curious about the property tax cap issue that was raised by the Locust Group, saying that we might need to increase that from 3 million to 10 million. I'm not sure what exactly, whose discretion that is, whether Portland can do that or. So City of Portland Council, it's not the county or another jurisdiction that caps it
No,
out.
it's an agreement between the City of Portland and Multnomah County with some input from the school districts as to how much, what's the pot of tax abatement they'll give away each year for this purpose. And currently, the agreement is $3 million a year. And so.
So to change that would require a negotiation with the county?
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to.
I guess it was discussed in that we first have to convince council
To ask.
to take the tax loss, and it's a negotiation with the county because they get part of the tax loss.
Okay, so it's not something we could just say yes to? Maybe. Okay. And, okay, sure. And the other was, as part of the analysis, I was, in terms of, it was interesting to hear, I think it was Gwen from Locust talk about that what matters is the number of affordable housing units created more than the percentage, which I think has some credit to it as an evaluating tool. And I'm wondering whether either the analysis the city's done or their model gets to that. What's the sweet spot if you really want to get the most affordable housing units built? Because there's a trade-off between production supply and the 20% of zero is zero. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say here. And I feel a little bit challenged to vet this in terms of the speed of the process. I mean, I think we should do something as quick as we can, but we still don't have it in front. For public hearing, people have had to make comments without knowing what this means for home ownership, what the in lieu fee is. Like, we just don't. Some people who've been providing testimony have had just as much to work with as we have, which isn't that much. And so it's tough to be asked to make a decision with something which isn't baked up yet. And so that puts us in a very awkward position. That, so it's hard. It puts the public in an awkward position too, because they have to make testimony on something which is a moving target. So I don't know how to solve that. We don't have very much time between now and next meeting, but that's a concern of mine. Thanks.
So I just share the concerns about the timing and having enough time to get it right. And then beyond some of the other numbers I asked about, could you just make sure that you do talk with the Design Commission? Because it seems like, based on their memo, there's definitely things we've already done that address those, and just kind of close that loop with them.
So we heard a lot of alarming numbers from Joe Courtwright in terms of how many units have been produced through IZ programs. Can you clarify now, as well as probably in a table? One, are they similar mandatory programs that produce that, or were they voluntary? And then did they have similar incentives to what the city's providing? So it would just be, one, I'd like to hear now, but two, I'd like to see a comparison between incentives and inclusionary zoning programs, because we know the programs are different, so I'm afraid we're comparing apples and oranges right there.
So as far as now, and off the top of my head, I know the New York example gets thrown around a lot, and I'm just more familiar with that. New York hasn't actually had a mandatory program. It's been voluntary. There's a mandatory program that's being developed and implemented by the de Blasio administration. So I don't think that that's a good comparison. So I think that's a good point. And we have a comparative analysis that looks at whether the program is voluntary or mandatory, whether it's on for rent, for sale, or both, and then the incentives, and we can provide that.
Great, thank you.
Questions, I guess I'd like to, and this may be what Chris was asking, to take as a starting point, maybe the locust proposal. I threw out some suggested proposals in email and just run them through the city's IRR analysis so we can just see how where the numbers land. And I know we heard testimony that the city's IRR analysis has its own flaws, but at least we would have what these reduced, lower targets, less than, 20% and 10% at 80 and 60. What do they produce? They're proposing additional incentives. Just some way to take what they're suggesting and put it on the same page with the whatever formula your IRR analysis use. So that just be helpful so we could see some way to compare what they're proposing with the way you guys analyzed it. And then I don't know what alternatives you can suggest on the in lieu fee. We've heard I understand the analysis you used, but maybe you could show us what happens with a reduced in lieu fee. I don't know if you have an analysis that says if the in lieu fee is here, no one uses it. If it's $1, everyone uses it. If you can give us any sense of where's a reasonable sweet spot if we were to suggest a lower in lieu fee as part of the ramp up. And then picking up on Maggie's question, I'm less interested personally, but you can get it from Maggie, in seeing different IZ programs. I mean, there was testimony that the city learned lessons from these other ones, and I'm still waiting to see if there is a city that's got a program that looks similar to what we're doing, the same kind of, it doesn't have a for sale component, it's trying to avoid a lieu fee, so we can see that we're not reinventing the wheel, that we are truly building on someone else's success. Because I'm skeptical, quite frankly, because I keep asking that question, I never see it. And maybe Joe doesn't know about it either, so again, you don't have to respond tonight, but if there is such a thing, let's see it. And then last thing is, again, someone else mentioned, I think Michelle, about we're rushing because the director testified tonight. We've got to satisfy the legislature by February 1. This may not be a politically possible question. Can we get some verification with the Speaker's office? Give some indication of the importance? She doesn't have to put it in such a quid pro way, but do we have any verification that this is really something that will undermine the city's legislative program if it's not adopted by February 1? And well, there's sometimes ways to word the importance of seeing. I'll leave it to you if the answer is that's not doable. That's not doable. But we're being told this is the reason we've got to get this done so quickly. And I think everyone feels it's not quite ready for prime time. But if there's truly if that's the reason, let's get verification so we know that we are up. There's a real deadline reason we've got to do something that some of us might not feel comfortable doing it. Thank you. I know we're putting a lot of burden on you guys.
Commissioner, just one quick follow-up on the fee in lieu. I mean, we can come back with a modeling exercise of the comparative, whatever measure of feasibility, and we can use a few of them, whether it's yield on cost or IRR or residual land value. I think that's a bit more challenging because whether or not a fee in lieu is an attractive option is going to depend on a developer's business model. I think what we can do, I just want to confirm, make sure this is okay, is do a side-by-side comparison. The Commissioner Saltzman's recommendation has a fee in lieu range, and then the Locust alternative proposal has a fee in lieu.
Oh, does it? I didn't see that. Okay.
It does. So we could do a side-by-side, side-by-side comparison.
I don't want to send you off on some
no, it wouldn't be
deep rabbit hole of analysis.
I think that one would be probably something that's more informative would be to do the side-by-side. So we'll do that.
And I'm sorry, one last suggestion, there may not be time. You mentioned a direct subsidy in the mixed-use zones. It might be helpful if you, I don't mean to suggest Locust isn't as focused there, but to maybe you could quickly pull together a small group of developers who focus on that 20, 30, 40 mixed-use development to see how they feel about how that would work. I mean, maybe, I don't know if there's time to do that, but it's, as we heard, the way they do their analysis is rather different than the way the big developers do it. So you had somebody from the home builders. I don't know if that's a likely outreach or not, but just a suggestion.
So we work closely with Mike Kinsella, who's the executive director of the Locust.
Mike is Holland, and Holland just doesn't do that small scale stuff. So I'm just suggesting.
Sure.
I feel more comfortable if it was endorsed not by Locust, but by some rump group of, we had Brian Wilson tonight, somebody who's really building that arena.
Done?
Yes, I promise. Unless you're offering me your time, then I'll.
3 brief questions. The first one builds on, I think, a general classification that Jeff was asking about. And that's, I was intrigued by the statement that the Locust Group made about you can actually lower the inclusion standards and produce more affordable units. So I'd kind of like to see that explored and explicated if possible. Second, what I heard tonight was a lot of individual developers coming forth and saying they had run the program through their own pro formas and it just wasn't penciling for them. And I acknowledge that often when you make a formula at the community level, you get very different or varying results at the individual level. But I'm wondering if there could be a little bit more discussion about, why are they getting such different results when they're looking at their own projects than we're getting for the formula generally. And then lastly, just a little bit of discussion about how do we calibrate the program moving forward in future years? How do we build on what's working and fix what's not working or adjust what's not working?
Well, I feel like I'm a hostage. Hostage, geez. Either our way or the highway. We get no affordable housing. These guys are going to take their money and go home. In a sense, 62%, this is a statistic, 62% of the renting households meet the 80% MFI in Portland. 62%. 6 out of 10 when you're standing at the coffee shop of renters. That's a big number. This is, like Diane Lynn said, about people. And those people are single families, women and minorities, immigrants. It's not the people that were in front of us telling us they can't get BlackRock to do 5.4 versus 6%. It's a different crowd. And I'm reminded because it's, John Kennedy, or the Kennedy said, not ask what Portland can do for you, but what you can do for Portland. These people are asking, what can Portland do for us to maintain a 6%? So the civic responsibility to me, even though claimed, is not there. The question, and I guess is one, is on the multifamily, the gentleman said it works. He had a proposal that worked in the multifamily housing program today, but when he applied IZ, it didn't work. And so if we have an existing program that works under building 50 units, what is the change that causes it not to work? And can we balance that? Or what would the changes need to be to make it work so that at least under the there's no difference between the multifamily program today and the IZ. The other thing is, this is a little bit of learning from Mike over there, my colleague, about environmental, that there's 2 costs to this. We heard, and we're only looking at the numbers component of this equation. What is the return? But what are the costs of transportation, the cost of the schools, the cost of social services that Portland would impact if we don't do this, if we delay, if we take a slow ramp, because there are costs if we do nothing. And, you know, what is the cost of gentrification? What are the risks that we take as a city in doing nothing? Because the development community is telling us, if you don't do what they're saying, we end up with this. And we need to balance that, because there is offsets to 6%, and there's a cost to Portland, and we need to understand those costs and make sure we include them as we look at this, because we're talking about students and the cost to schools. We're talking about tax exemptions, which cost schools money. And there's, transportation costs. If they all go to Beaverton, I'm pretty sure Beaverton's going to be at the legislature wanting a big transportation bill to build freeways and not things that are in Portland. So there's a trade-off in these costs, and it's to understand that more of a balance sheet than just a one-sided discussion.
I just had one question.
Go back around.
Well, no, I've been sitting here thinking about what we heard tonight, and it did strike me that in every instance in the city, at Metro, no matter where it is, we've tried to put in place more progressive policies related to natural resource protection, that it's always Armageddon. The world is going to come to an end as we know it if we impose any kind of regulations for environmental protection. And I think I was hearing that tonight. And I was interested in Locus's analysis and how close that may be to some sort of more reasonable, reasoned approach to trying to figure out what we have before us as a proposal and the analysis they came up with. And it's somewhere between Armageddon and Oz. So I am interested in hearing more about, their numbers in terms of ramp up and percentages as well. So that's kind of where I'm at now. I've kind of come out of my being stunned into reality.
So one of the things we heard was someone giving an example of they're building 30-unit projects to avoid the parking. And that's the sort of thing I'm worried about, that we're creating a situation where there are unintended consequences. I don't think anybody doesn't want to do something that's going to be, it's just trying to figure out what's going to be effective. And I think it's part of what struck me when you were talking about looking at these other costs to society if we don't do this, is I realize that there's this sort of, well, make the developers pay because they're already doing well. And they do benefit from society's investment in infrastructure and all that, and I get that. But to the extent the city is going to be spending money on other things if we don't do something here, that's also something you could consider in terms of figuring out how much the subsidy should be. If you think you're going to avoid emergency services or something, then that savings could go here to help deal with it. So I'm curious about that as part of what Andre was asking about.
So a couple more questions occurred to me as we're going around. Related to what Michelle just said, I'm interested in the public cost. So I assume you'll be doing more recalibration on your incentives between now and our work session. So if you could, when you bring those back to us, just score them and basically say in each category, what is the total public investment from all sources per unit created at 80% and 60%. So we see what the public subsidy in a total dollar number rather than a bunch of components looks like. And then sort of the one ray of light I actually heard tonight was Marty Kehoe talking about participation from local lenders. And if you guys have any thoughts on how that could be put together in an organized way, I'd be very interested in hearing that.
Jumping back into?
Well, there's another ray of light here, is that people are building like crazy right now. So maybe they'll be competing with each other for renters and drive rents down. I would love to, in terms of the small unit project, that kind of question, With those projects, just a factual one, would they be eligible? Say you're doing a 18-unit project, and you wanted to get an FAR bonus, and would you be able to get the same package, or would it only be for projects where there's 20 or more units?
Currently, we have a voluntary option for projects that don't meet the requirement threshold to get
Okay, so
access
that
to
could
the
go down.
density bonus.
What'd you say?
To the density bonus specifically. So if you don't trigger the requirement, but you want to enroll in the program to access the additional FAR or height density, then there is an option in the code right now to go that way.
And would you get the other bundle also? I guess the question is, why not?
So current city policy is that if you're building at 60% AMI or below for 60 years and you agree to a 60-year regulatory agreement, you have the SDCs waived on the affordable units. And we structured the construction excise tax so that affordable units with regulatory agreements at 80% AMI and below would be exempt from the construction excise tax. The one element that is not there is the direct subsidy. Once that level is determined, and the tax exemption on the affordable units themselves, and I'm happy to look into that and see if that can be an element that's added on a purely voluntary basis.
I would encourage there not to be a floor at the number of units. If somebody...
For the voluntary program.
Yeah, the voluntary program should be available to anyone regardless of number of units. If you want people to do it, give them the full package. Thanks.
Okay, I have a different frame to put the project in, or the problem. So what if we did a reverse ramp? And what I mean by that is our objective is to increase the supply of affordable housing. So what if we said, here's some really sweet incentives for, I don't know, a year, 2 years, whatever the normal time should be, and you people ought to better rush over here to get your projects in here to take advantage of this, and then it gets worse as we go through time. The incentive, not the penalty. So you're incenting action in the current boom cycle. You're giving people, maybe some people, whoever gets there first, maybe more than the next guy who's going to get, which is always an incentive for quick action. So anyway, it's just sort of a different frame to look at it, and it might be completely crazy, so you can feel free to throw it away if it is.
I'm just, real quick before you go, Maggie, just to add to that, you've missed the current boom cycle. And I think there's a lot of people, I just want to set out there, that are like, we need to rush to hit this boom cycle. And the reason you've missed the boom cycle is, let alone economics, Joe could probably tell us all about when this cycle's going to end, and we could make a lot of money off of that, understanding it. But everybody has already rushed to get their projects in to beat it. So they're going to, that tail, that vested tail, is going to get built out in the next couple of years. And that certainly, I would say, within, another, and then, by the way, it takes a couple years to build these projects. So if you think about the pipeline that's already here, we've missed this cycle. And I think to kid ourselves otherwise, it's just putting our head in the sands. So on that, how do we incentivize what's in the pipeline today and already vested to voluntarily sign up to participate? And then, go ahead, Maggie.
I'll send mine via email.
I had one quick follow-up to what Chris had asked for, which was to take your incentives and sort of break them down in dollar per unit, which will help us understand, what is this incentive package? I think it would be helpful to take a publicly subsidized project. I suggested two, they're not necessarily the right ones, the Abigail, North Williams, and do the same thing. What's the total public subsidy, including LIHTC credits, everything, the same package, SDC waiver, so we can see, here's an incentive package for private development, and we're offering them, $85,000 a unit in incentive package, and here's a comparable 60% unit in another building that we gave $285,000 in a package of incentives. What that will help us do is to alleviate some concern, maybe not all. Someone said we can't give full property tax exemptions, it's sort of lining the developer's pocket. I think it creates a different perspective if you go, but if they're giving us a unit for X subsidy and we've just spent 2X for the same unit, I just think it gives context to a conversation to assess what is a right package, what's a fair incentive package. So It shouldn't be that hard to do. If you think there's a better project, I tried to find a couple that were in that 60%. So anyway, if there's time, that'd be helpful.
And I just had a quick clarification of what you two are talking about. Are you asking them, and I'm hoping you are, there appears to be, from all the testimony, going to be a gap between, because the pipeline is full and there will be very few applications coming in after this is implemented. And are you asking for some incentive program accelerated during that gap, whatever that is?
Absolutely. Yes.
And if people are already building a building, they can designate units in there as affordable.
So what could
It's-
we do now in the, whatever the number is, that are currently in the pipeline? Yeah, I think that would be, I would concur on that too.
I mean, it's years of development out there in the pipeline right now. So we're going to miss out on it unless we figure out a way to incentivize, including affordable housing with it. So my series of questions, so I think some of them have been covered. Some easy one, well, easy to ask. I would still like to see, and I think I've talked about this before, an analysis on the effect of family units. And what are we doing? Because I'm afraid we're only making or exacerbating a problem on family units. And I haven't heard anybody really talk about that yet. I've harped on this. I'm going to harp on it again. What is the cumulative effect of all of these measures that we keep looking at throughout the mixed-use zone code, what's coming down the pipe with Central City, and this on the cost of development? Because this is already, we're hearing this is a big one, and we're already putting a lot of other things. And I think it really deserves to be weighed and given the attention to kind of balance it all. They're all really important things. I hope you're going to follow up on the Historic Commission's comments regarding how we're going to handle the historic districts. Talked about trying to get the voluntary incentives for what's in the pipeline today. I'm still, I guess, just philosophically struggling, and I guess maybe a little groundwork for why I'm struggling with this is I have developers, especially since the multi-program's been kind of changed, who actually want to use the multi-program because it just guarantees I have a certain amount of units that are going to get filled. It actually helps their whole story, their whole program. So I guess what I'm struggling a little bit with is kind of the mandatory versus do we just voluntarily get a program up and running working, especially if the mandatory program is limited by whatever basically the tax abatement can provide as a total number of dollars for the city. Does that kind of make sense? I guess what I'm hearing is we can only do so much tax abatement. You know, it's going to get capped at some level, whether it's today's levels or a different level, but let's just pick a number. If it's 3 million or 10 million, and then you're going to say, guess what, everybody else, you don't have to do inclusionary housing because we've already capped the program. Why don't we just make the program that we have today work? Because I know that there are a lot of people wanting to use it, or look at, and I guess just look at that program. I guess I'm struggling with just what's going on there. The caveat being, I recognize that maybe that doesn't get everything kind of fairly distributed across the city, and perhaps there's a different way to think of it that way, but I'm just struggling there. And I guess then this last one's just more of a comment is, and I think it was actually in the Housing Bureau's kind of summary of this is, you know, the importance of implementing without exacerbating affordability. And I think right now, the proposal that you have here does just that. It exacerbates a problem. And I'm concerned that, yeah, we might get some units that are hitting the 60 or the 80, but we just took the 100 MFI guys, and we're not going to make them 80 MFI guys because the housing costs are going to skyrocket because we're going to destroy supply. And so I think I just don't think we have it quite there yet. And I think this is it's so key to have this calibrated correctly and really important to do correctly. And right now we're not there. So just a general comment. Susan?
I will just ask these guys to do this, but I thought I would tell you that I was going to ask them to do this. And this is sort of the color of money. So part of the shell game in here, I believe, is that, you know, you could do more SDCs, or you can raise the tax abatement, or you can do this, and one affects parks versus their SDCs versus water or wastewater or transportation, and each one would have a different impact on different parts of the city's budget. And so as we're calibrating these, I want us to be able to look at which pots are they coming out of and be very transparent about it, because I think that'll be really important. It's going to be important to those who are on council who are voting, depending on which bureaus are in their portfolio. You know, I think all of those things are all connected. And so I just want to make sure that. Absolutely. I mean, as soon as in other words, you can do this if we make the pot sweet enough. We already know that. And so it's, where is that going to come from? And is that cheaper, better, faster, quicker than, I think, Joe's method, which would be you just pass it, you pass some kind of a tax or something, and you name what it is, and you show how much you're putting towards it. This way, we're just piecemealing bits and pieces, and it's a little bit hard to see.
Yeah,
Except
absolutely.
if I could just comment, just from a policy standpoint. I mean, Joe's saying we should all pay. We should all pay a higher tax for create more affordable housing, and I support it, absolutely. But there's also the element that, and this underlies some IZ thinking, that the private sector can deliver the same unit more cost effectively than public development. And so we may want to figure out if there's a way to capture that. And that may be just too large a philosophical approach, but if we're going to say we're balancing transportation money or natural resource money against affordable housing, that's an awfully tough discussion. But if you can say we already have a pot of money we're spending on affordable housing, and we're trying to devise a more efficient way to spend that money, and the private sector can help do that, that's a different conversation. I don't know if that's one we're going to have, but I just can't resist getting on my soapbox when this issue comes up.
That kind of made me think of one more thing. One more question.
Sorry.
Just, there's a lot to talk about here, guys. Granted, we're looking at new construction, totally get it, but there's an awful lot of apartments out there that already exist. How, you know, are your wheels already spinning on how do we make it not just the new ones coming online, but how do we balance this across the entire city in a program? And I think that might help reduce the cost or the burden on the new construction projects. Like, maybe there's a way to look at knitting it all together. And I know that's complicated, so I'll leave it at that.
Since we're rambling a little bit, what's the, all of these incentive packages include like a tax expenditure, direct expenditure, and the FAR bonus. And Commissioner Bachrach raised the question, when you add all those together, how does that compare to the cost of subsidizing housing? I'm curious, how much of that value is in the FAR bonus? Do you know that already? The 3-to-1 FAR, like, what's the per unit value of that? I know that's what it's selling for right now. Is that what it is? Do you guys, is that right?
Yeah, so, you know, we did some work with the mixed-use zones project in Central City with the FAR density and bonus transfer study as part of what would have been a voluntary inclusionary housing program before the state lifted the preemption on inclusionary zoning. So we do know what the value of that is. It's complicated a little bit in the fact that we already have an existing bonus system and we're transferring the public benefit. So we know what the value is, but the value in the market is very different. In the mixed-use zones, we're decreasing development capacity to be able to buy that back. And so there's a little bit of a change there in what the actual value is. And there's some base zones in the mixed-use zones and some base FARs with the bonus that have more value than others. The CM3 is the one that has significant value in the bonus. The CM1 and CM2, where you have a smaller increase in total development scale, has less of a value. But for the FAR piece, there's a what do we think it's worth and what is it worth in the market, and I think those are two different numbers for sure.
And so, just real quickly, to to look at IZ from a transportation standpoint. So instead of all these incentives and tax abatements, what would be the cost of reducing the participants' transportation costs? And is that equivalent to what you're talking about? If you eliminated their transportation costs, is that equivalent to giving them a rent reduction relative to, so they just pay market rate, you let the market build, but they have no transportation costs?
Well, generally, when we've, in the terms of transit and transit-oriented development before, we've looked at 45% as household cost for housing plus transportation. So if we're aiming for 30, then it's 15% of a household.
15%. So if you reduce their cost 15%, their transportation cost that 15%, is that the equivalent of what we're putting into the housing? I don't need an answer today, but if it is that another way to look at it?
We are coming up on 9 o'clock, everybody. I was just going to say thank you so much for bearing with us. I think they're good questions to get out there, important conversation. If you have more questions, get them in writing to staff. We can keep adding on. And with that, we're adjourned. Thank you.
I appreciated your comment about evaluating the effectiveness of the program when it's in.